Oh, you're gonna go get your charger?
So good evening and welcome to the Poulsbo City Council meeting of July 15, 2026. Poulsbo is committed to being a welcoming, diverse, and equitable community where all people can access tools and opportunities to improve their quality of life, allowing them to reach their full potential. And during its meetings, the Poulsbo City Council will use this lens, in fact, to inclusively view its discussions and actions. And tonight, the land acknowledgement will be shared to us by Councilman Doug Tabor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Poulsbo is located on the ancestral lands of the indigenous Suquamish people, for whom this place was known as Tuk-Tuk Lats, or the land of the vine maples. And now a quote from Chief Seattle from 1854. "Every part of this soil is sacred in the estimation of my people. Every hillside, every valley, every plain and grove has been hallowed by some sad or happy event in days long vanished."
Well done. Thank you, Doug. Now, for those of you who can, please join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. And those words stir us more than normal, having just observed the 250th anniversary of our country on July 4. The agenda for tonight stands as presented. Unless there's any question by the council, I would entertain a motion in a second to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and we'll just do this. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Say nay or abstentions. And I will note, Councilman Newell should be available to us. He's attending remotely, and we appreciate that. I don't see him. There he is. Doug, we just approved the agenda. If that's good with you. And we got a thumbs up. And I will note also for the record, our newest council person, Dr. Leighton Thomas, is unable to be with us this evening in one of the meetings in August. Not that she doesn't deeply appreciate the seating on the council. Those were commitments long made that before her knowledge of her seating on the council. So we appreciate your understanding of that. Public comment. We're now going to go into that portion of the agenda. The podium is to my left here. If you have a statement or a thought you'd like to share with this city council, please come forward and just share with us your name and place of residence. So calling for public comment. And again, calling for public comment. And not seeing any, I will note for the record, there'll be a second opportunity for public comment at the end of the business agenda, an hour or two from now, before we conclude tonight's meeting. Before we do mayor's report and council comments, I'd like to note we're going to have a proclamation to declare July 2026 as part of the National Parks and Recreation Month. And helping me with that proclamation to my left will be Councilman Michael Fitzpatrick, if you would.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas July is nationally celebrated in the United States as Parks and Recreation Month to promote building strong, vibrant, and resilient communities through the power of parks and recreation. And whereas parks and recreation is an essential part of communities throughout this country, enhancing the quality of life by promoting physical and mental wellness, strengthening social and community connections with neighbors, and providing safe, inclusive spaces for play, learning, and engagement. And whereas parks and recreation provides environmental well-being to our region through managing natural spaces, preserving key habitat, and engaging community members to protect our environment through education, volunteerism, and park stewardship. And whereas parks and recreation contributes to the economic vitality of our community by promoting tourism, increasing property values, expanding the local tax base, and attracting economic development and reducing crime. And whereas parks and recreation strengthens the cultural vibrancy of our community through cultural events and celebrations, diverse recreational programming, and development of spaces where community members of all backgrounds can convene and connect. And whereas the dedication and expertise of parks and recreation professionals make these benefits possible through their year-round commitment to maintaining public spaces, offering innovative programs, expanding community partnerships, and ensuring equitable access for all. And whereas Parks and Recreation Professionals Day on July 17th offers a special opportunity to recognize and thank these individuals for their service, leadership, and positive impact, increasing the quality of life for our community. Now, therefore, Edward Stern, Mayor of the City of Poulsbo, Washington, does hereby proclaim July 2026 Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Poulsbo and encourage all residents to celebrate, support, and recognize the benefits derived from parks and recreation professionals, the innovative community programs they offer, special events they oversee, and the many parks and trails resources they steward.
And I thank you, Councilman Fitzpatrick, for reading that. What I'd like to do in recognition of the last whereas that Michael read from, Parks and Recreation Professional Day on July 17th, I'd like to call forward Parks and Recreation Director Jeff Osmick, present him with this original proclamation. And if Jeff would be so kind as to share this with the entirety of the staff of the Parks and Recreation Department on or before July 17th, we would be so honored. Please join me in recognizing Parks and Recreation. And again, thank you, Michael, for that. We're going to start now with Mayor's report and council comments. We're going to start to my left with Councilman Rick Eckert. Good evening, Rick.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Yeah, Jeff, thank you and all your staff for everything you do. Work's invaluable, and the volunteers that you get out to help you, it brings our community together. So very much appreciated. Just two quick reflections. We talked about 4th of July. I was able and honored once again to be part of Kingston's 4th of July parade with the VFW post. And it was, we had the best turnout from the post we have since I started doing it. It was pretty impressive how many showed up, and then also had a float for those that couldn't march. And it's a great parade every year. I appreciate being in it, and then rushed back to do our thing, which it just tells you, we always talk about traffic and parking and everything. It was an hour and a half to get back from Kingston to get back here, trying to get out of the downtown and get here for our festivities. So, could be worse. And then it was something I was thinking about. We went through our process to replace Gary and appointed Leighton. Great process. I think we did a good job in how we did that. But I realized that's my 4th time going through that process of appointing someone as an elected official between school board and city council. And what struck me is that not one of those 4 times was it ever a hard decision because there weren't good candidates. Every single time it's been a pool of great people and made the decision hard because they were all good. And so I just think that reflects well on our community and the people that come out and support and want to be part of it. And so I appreciate that.
And Rick, I want to note and thank you and VFW. I don't know how you made it down in Kingston in time for this July 4th. I discussed with the city administrator picking up your speeding ticket, but we're unable. No, I'm kidding. But phenomenal
We marched
job
very fast.
for both the Memorial Day, Veterans Day, the July 4th. You were always there with your parade group and the honoring, and we appreciate it. This year, we also had the John Paul Jones section of the Sons of the American Revolution. We had readings from the Declaration. It was a tremendous July 4th, and I don't think it would come off as well as it did, again, without Parks and Recreation Department coordination and Director Jeff Osmick. So we thank you for everything again, Jeff. I'd like to call on Deputy Mayor Britt Livedall. Good evening, Britt.
This is going to be a letdown. I don't have comments right now. I'm so sorry, but I'll pass it off to Michael.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a bit of a board report tonight, so I'm going to keep this brief. I just wanted to say thanks to everyone who was involved in making 4th of July very memorable for the 250th, to include the Parks and Rec team and the ad hoc 4th of July committee. Appreciate their work. I just wanted to mention that as in a collaboration with the Parks and Rec Department, we held the discussion on the Declaration of Independence on July 2nd at the Poulsbo Library. So this was a collaboration between Parks and Rec and the Poulsbo Library. And we had 41 people in attendance. It was a really fun and robust discussion. And we're looking forward to keeping that energy continuing in the future. We're going to have a similar form of discussion on America's founding documents August 18th and 25th. This is again facilitated through Parks and Rec. I will be facilitating those discussions as well, and that will actually be held at the Parks and Rec Center. If you want to know more, check out their catalog and please sign up. And then before I close, I want to end with a sobering reflection. My day started off with a text message learning that somebody in my immediate community had committed suicide earlier this morning. If you need help, if you are in crisis, please ask for it. I am so grateful to be a part of a city that believes in something like the Recovery Center, and their mission is an open door to anybody who is in crisis. So if you need help, please go see them, because for some people, help is a matter of life and death. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael, for that sobering message. In a moment, I'll call on Councilwoman Pam Crow, who also happens to be manager of the Kitsap Regional Library, Poulsbo branch, and perhaps she can help me expand on what you just referred to before that, and that was your tremendous program you put together, shared with that large group that July 2nd on the meaning, purpose of the Declaration of Independence, not as a lecture, but as a full-scale dialogue involving everyone in that room. And it showed through so clearly, not only your ability as the college professor you are of philosophy and other fields, but your care and attention and what makes you a purposeful professor. And we appreciate having you on board, Michael. So on that note, I'll call on Councilwoman Pam Crow.
I'll say that I'm sorry to hear that you got that message and of your loss. In the reference to libraries and the role that we play, I quietly see what's happening on social media and through other social platforms. And I will say that there is constantly a call out for connection, constantly a call out for folks wanting to, have some interaction. And I'm highlighting this because we are experiencing, to me, a pandemic of loneliness, depression. I don't know what led to the person deciding to end their life. Those are some components. If that's not the complete component, I'm not going to make assumptions. I highlight the space as a library because there's been many times that I've seen a post of someone in distress and folks chiming in and recommending that they go to the library for a resource or connection. And we do see it. We do encounter it. And we try to offer support and resources. And another thing that's really sad and heartbreaking and where we're walking in community is oftentimes there are folks that take their life actively serving in our military, and I'm assuming that Rick will not be surprised to hear this. It happens so often, and it happens, I can only say, heartbreakingly silently. It's not really known. So just tethering to what Michael shared, there are resources out there. It doesn't have to be the library. I'm didn't know am aware that there are resources available through the military, and it's heartbreaking to know that there's someone that's needing help, connection, or whatever the challenge might be, and the option to take one's life is something that we really want to try to encourage folks to not reach for. So sorry to hear that.
Yeah, we lose 22 veterans a day. 22.
Such an important message, Pam, and let the library be one of your resources as a go-to if you find yourself in a place of desperation. And of course, as referenced by Michael, the Recovery Resource Center that the city maintains in cooperation with the Squamish tribe right here in Poulsbo. Thank you, Pam. Again, well spoken. Councilman Doug Tabor, good evening, Doug.
I really appreciate the comments from my fellow council members about how the city provides resources to those in need. And I'm going to make a little statement that kind of falls directly in line with that. Recognizing our Parks and Recreation Department as a critical lifeline for our community's youth. Park and Rec does far more than provide beautiful space and fun programs. Their programs instill the confidence and resilience and life skills that young people need to succeed. The structural impact of this work is easy to underestimate. We can see these programs as just, optional and, not too important. But national data shows that youth without a high school diploma, a dropout in K through 12, are 4.5 times more likely to experience homelessness. By providing a safe after-school environments, mentorship, and academic support, Parks and Rec programs directly keep at-risk youths engaged and anchored in school and in their community, making them feel like they belong. These programs are an active frontline defense against youth housing instability and family instability. They intervene before a crisis occurs, delivering the sense of belonging and vital safety net. Investing in Parks and Recs is a direct investment in preventing youth homelessness. And I want to just cite that goes along with like a lot of what else we've talked about tonight, that these programs that are often called non-essential are essential to some people. Thank you.
Spot on, Doug. Thank you. And then I'll turn above here. You can see Councilman Doug Newell. And Doug, we appreciate very much you making the effort to attend remotely on your trip. And if you'd share a few words, perhaps, if you care to.
Just thankful that technology allows us to be present no matter where we are in the world. I happen to be in a sunny location, as you can tell, and glad to listen in. That's all I have at this standpoint. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Doug. Mayor's report, I'll keep it fairly brief. I have one photo I believe I'll be sharing to the city clerk's office, and I guess I'll turn to a lighter side, and that is in addition to the July 2nd, 3rd, and 4th events that were put together and successfully done in our community. On Saturday, I believe the last, I'll call it semi-organized World Cup event in the Puget Sound happened in Poulsbo on the match between the Norwegian men's national team and England. I guess I can say safely, City Administrator Jeff, it was a couple hundred, maybe a few more, trying to be judicious about this. It was quite the overflow crowd. They came and they did the Viking row, what we call rowing, that rowing motion that accompanies the team. And it was quite the celebration. It made news, and I'm proud that Poulsbo was able to share its authentic Norwegian roots and demonstrate that in support for the Norwegian team. I can also say safely, City Administrator, the Vikings from the Sons of Norway once again ran rampant. Is that a fair way to put it? Jeff, would you agree with that? Yes, he would. And we're not going to go further than that. So I just wanted to share there's been a series of events that make us very proud of this community, the spirit, the culture, the authenticity, and it does our heart good. So that completes my remarks for tonight. And then again, we're going to go through board, commission, and outside agency reports. Rick, anything? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, the HDPA met as a board yesterday. It was a productive meeting. We filled our vacant seats. That doesn't mean we're good on volunteers. We always need volunteers willing to join in committees. But we had someone from the existing board step into the president role, and then we were able to fill the secretary position, membership chairperson, and treasurer will be down the line a little bit, but that's great news for the HDPA. And we're in full Christmas planning mode. We're going bigger this year. It's going to be very exciting. So we've got a committee going for that, and as we've noticed, events are in full swing. So there's a lot in terms of marketing, but I just wanted to say we have a complete board now.
Britt, might we inquire as to the new president's name?
Yes, Monica Blackwood from West Sound Workforce stepped
know
into
her
our
well.
president role.
Welcome, Monica Blackwood, to Historic Downtown Poulsbo Association.
Well, she's not new. She was our secretary. She then she volunteered herself to move into the president role. So we're very grateful for that. Yeah.
And I'm glad we were able to contribute to the agenda yesterday. Sort of. Michael, anything to share on boards, commission, and outside agency report?
Yes, I have a school board report to make, and I apologize now. This is a little lengthy because a lot happened in the past week. On July 8th, I had a meeting in person with School Board Director Deborah Strawn, Superintendent Rachel Davenport, two of Rachel's senior administrators, and the president of the school board, Mike Desmond. We met for about an hour, and it was useful for getting some clarity on what they hope their relationship to the city looks like. Superintendent Davenport opened up a couple areas of collaboration with the city as starting points. First, thanks to the strong advocacy of my colleague and former school board director, Rick Eckert, I pressed for the school district to engage the city on assisting us in nominating students to compete for the Association of Washington City's Quality Communities College Scholarship. The scholarship serves to not only support student academic goals, but also allows them to be celebrated by the whole community and the state at large for being young leaders in their local communities. Superintendent Davenport has sent me instructions on what they would need from us in order to encourage students to apply for the scholarship for the 2027 award cycle. With the mayor's permission, I'd like to work with the city administrator to establish and follow through on the city's role in this opportunity. I also want to be clear on something relative to this. The superintendent seemed pretty concerned that we would only support students who attend North Kitsap High, when in her estimation, students who attend Kingston High need that support just as much. It was her desire that students from both high schools could apply for the scholarship. I want to make the council aware that I responded in support of her request. The reality is that we as a city support families well beyond our city borders. Our recovery center does this, our police force does this, our Parks and Rec does this. We are the only incorporated code city within the North Kitsap School District, and thus the only city capable of nominating high school students for this scholarship. Therefore, I hope the mayor and my colleagues on council will support opening this nomination process to all high school students who live within North Kitsap School District. The second opportunity for collaboration involves creating student internship opportunities with the city. This could include one-day job shadowing visits to different city departments, or it could involve a longer commitment where students get to shadow and assist staff in some of their core responsibilities in something like a summer program. If we were to offer internships to students, this program would primarily be our responsibility to run. Council would need to consider whether to create paid internships, and the mayor would need to consider whether even unpaid internships can be managed without negatively impacting staff bandwidth. The goal is not to turn our staff into sitters, but rather to empower our students to consider becoming future planners, engineers, police officers, clerks, parks coordinators, finance officers, IT professionals, and who knows, maybe even a city administrator. Once again, with the mayor's permission, I can sit down with the city administrator and the relevant North Kitsap School District staff to figure out what this collaboration might look like. Lastly, I promise this really is the last thing. The council and mayor have asked for the possibility of a joint government-to-government meeting between the city and the North Kitsap School Board. When I inquired about this possibility, the current school board president seemed disinclined to meet. I don't fully understand the reasoning, but what they communicated to me was that right now, state law, the State Board of Education, and WASDA are encouraging school boards to focus their efforts on their relationship with local tribes. Due to the history of abuse of tribal youth by the school system in Washington, there's an effort underway to focus on opportunities for restoration and reparation between sovereign tribal nations and school authorities. Obviously, we as a city very much support the restoration of tribal relationships. As such, the school board president believes that meeting with the city might devalue the government-to-government relationship that they are cultivating with local tribes. The board president also stressed that since board directors are unpaid volunteers, they don't have the bandwidth to hold government-to-government meetings with all relevant governments in their district, and so focus on tribal governments. That is my report. I welcome any questions from my colleagues or the mayor.
Number one, Michael, thank you for acting as our liaison to the school district and their board meetings. That's an additional layer of commitment time and away from home. So we appreciate that. On the question of internships, I had received a request directly from a student, which I really appreciate, the initiative to put together a whole message asking for that opportunity here this summer. Because we had not had the opportunity to prepare for that, when City Administrator Rob and I sat down, we thought, well, this is an opportunity for the future that we can prepare for. And then pulling Michael into the loop, and you've run down the field very well with the ball. You have our full support, and we are keenly interested in internships for all Kingston and North Kitsap High School students, or wherever and at whatever school and level they're at that the school district might deem worthy. But I do want to thank the young gentleman who reached out directly and inquired and thereby prompted this action taking place. We talk about our tribal relations. I'll use this opportunity not to forget to my colleagues, and we've discussed it individually. On July 31st, we're planning to meet with the Port Campbell-Sklallam tribe and tour their upgraded health facilities. That will be in the late afternoon to accommodate Councilman Rick Eckert. I think we have Rick and we have Councilwoman Crow and possibly Councilman Fitzpatrick. I think City Administrator Rob Gelder will be attending. In fact, he was involved as a county commissioner already in some of the early stages interacting with the Sklallam tribe. I had opportunity to run into that record, so we appreciate that, Rob. So any of the rest of you that would like to attend, if you could let Rhiannon know that we'll be noticing for quorum, presume about 4 p.m. on July 31st for an hour or two at the most. And it does afford us the opportunity to interact with our next closest and oldest neighbors, the Port Campbell-Sklallam tribe. So thank you. Turning to Pam. Pam, any outside agency or commission reports?
Yeah, I just.
Oh, Rick, go ahead.
Michael's, yeah, and we did approach them last year about the scholarships and offered to any student that applied from either school. We have other schools in our city boundary besides the public school district. So I focused my efforts last year just trying to concentrate on North Kitsap, because it's been a number of years since Poulsbo was nominated a student for that scholarship. So any student that wanted to apply from any school district, but it's just trying to channel our effort into getting some more active student youth participation focused on the school district. But yeah, I certainly reached out. Another area, I know Becky used to periodically go and speak to their civics class and their AP government class. And so there are other opportunities for us to engage as electeds and speak to the students besides internships. Internships are also great. I would love to see us focus on those areas that, you know, where we shine, things like parks and rec, civic planning, you know, civil engineers, planning, the areas that the city's particularly engaged in that you won't necessarily get from a private company, private industry, college, you know, kind of show the things that the city does that we don't see in the others. And just as far as a joint meeting, I don't understand that either. Our relationship with the school district is very different than the school district relationship with the tribe. They're focused on education and education outcomes in those meetings. I sat in many of them. We're going to talk about things like traffic patterns and sewer systems and growth and things like that. So I would encourage that we still try to have that meeting. At least we haven't had one in many, many years. The school district gets very good demographic information on growth patterns in the city. help, it's useful information us to have, to know where people are specifically moving to. And again, there are some traffic issues that you and Britt remember me talking about many times from the podium of once we finish Knoll Road, that's going to have real consequences on the school district because now we've created a road past 3 schools. And so there was always a thought that we would engage in a conversation about what do we want that traffic pattern in that area to maybe turn into. And Becky had some very strong thoughts about it. And we talked about it, her and I, many, many times. So when I was on the school board. So I just think there's a different focus there and we shouldn't lose that. I get that they're unpaid. I was unpaid for 6 years. But it's a focus that we need to give attention to. It's just like our conversations with the port are very different than our conversations with Squamish. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Rick. And completing our board commission outside agencies, Councilman Tabor, anything to report?
I signed up for the next 3 Apex Connects with the KETA. So that's I'll be sitting on those meetings and learning more.
And I'd like to thank Britt for her previous service on the KETA board. It was short and sweet, but I like to think you'll be missed, possibly. Almost. So thanks, Doug, for replacing Britt on the Kitsap Economic Development Alliance. And
I don't think I can be called a replacement. I'm just doing my best.
No comment on that. So Doug Newell, you're still with us. Any board, agency, or commission reports?
Nothing this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. And we're going to move on in the agenda and go through city administrator and department head reports. Good evening, Rob. What do you have to share with us?
Council, thank you. And community members, just wanted a couple of points. We will be revisiting the council committee assignments next month when council member Thomas is back, which means we'll be looking at the agendas of both the 5th and the 19th of August to put in a workshop item. So just to give you a heads up that we'll look at that. And then today was the sort of the day of our initial screening of applicants for consideration for the Public Works Director recruitment. We will begin that process. We'll have actually a 2-day process for the candidates that are coming forward. One being on the 28th, we'll have 2 panels initially made up of leadership team, and then we'll have another panel of council members as well as Public Works peers in the area. That will make up another one. And then on the following Monday, the 3rd, will be specifically an opportunity to meet with Public Works direct reports as part of a different panel, and anyone that we couldn't nab on the 28th, we might slide them into the 3rd as well. That also gives the individuals an opportunity to tour the Public Works facility, get a little bit more information about the background and plans that are quickly coming down the pike relative to our Public Works facilities. So that is the plan currently, and we'll keep you posted. Thank you. And thanks to the council members who have been able to volunteer to be part of that.
And Finance Director Debbie Boer. And thank you, Debbie. We're glad you're back from your training and travel seminars. I will add at the top of the meeting right now, Rob and I had the opportunity to meet with a long-time high-level state and local government expert assisting us in a matter. And he had, of his own volition, pulled one of Debbie's and her staff's reports called Budget in a Brief. And that is the smaller format budget overview that is put out every 2 years to correspond with our biennial report. He said it was of the highest caliber. And both Rob and I were impressed and gratified to hear that. So compliments to you and your staff. He found it refreshing, relatively unique, and extremely informative, Debbie.
Thank you. That's great to hear because I appreciate people that actually use the information that we put out. And you will be hearing from me at the end of the meeting, so I have no comments. We've taken over quite a bit of your time.
Welcome back, Debbie.
Thank you.
Appreciate all the effort and training.
But we look forward to it.
Yes. And I think we're going to move on to Public Works Manager Mike Lund. Good evening, Mike.
That one. Good evening. I'm getting a lesson in sharing from Parks and Rec Director.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring. So I just wanted to give you guys a quick update on the ADU. These pictures are from this morning, so this is kind of the current status of it. It's coming along nicely up there. We had our engineering inspector went up there with the drone and took some drone shots as well. So there's some of the walls we stood up, Deb.
Yep. There we go. Not coordinated.
I heard the windows were supposed to be delivered today.
I don't know if they got delivered or not. Windows are ordered, roofs ordered, roofing's ordered and all kinds of stuff. It's coming along. Siding's ordered. So yeah, it's coming along. Again, just some good drone shots, show you what it looks like. It's gonna be a nice little project when she's all done.
And if I could add, Mike, and I know Rotary just put out a bulletin this afternoon to ask for volunteers, I think for this coming weekend, as a work party up there at Robb Park. And any number of volunteer organizations are involved in this public-private partnership. I will say, just for the audience that's seeing these pictures, you're seeing more or less one of the examples of what future workforce housing might look like that affords young families and workers home ownership, not rental, home ownership opportunities in this community. No matter how they're aligned, whether it's in cottage courts of 12 or smaller or much larger arrays, it's really important for these workers and young families to have the equity in their housing that rental, important as it is, doesn't afford. And so we're working very hard in this city, and you're seeing an example of what a potential unit might look like for the future, again, with home ownership in mind. Thanks for letting me interrupt, Mike.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is an 800 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, just for kind of perspective for people. And this is the last slide, but this is your Habitat for Humanity team up there, knocking it out, doing a fantastic job for us. So the only other thing I have under comment is you may have noticed that our stripers are in town. They're out running around striping the mainline striping contract. They showed up this morning. They're doing a fantastic job so far. So hopefully they're in and out in a couple of days, and town will be a little brighter. So give them a little room out there, people.
Great report. Thank you, Mike. And celebrating Parks and Recreation Month, our own illustrious director, Jeff Osmick.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I have a few updates. Give me just a moment to click the right screen. There we go. And let's try that button. All right. First, a very big thank you for the recognition for Parks and Recreation Month. We have hundreds of staff, and we have 100 staff and hundreds of volunteers who work really hard in serving our community and take great pride in doing so. We love it here. We love to make our community better. We see it means a lot to have this proclamation, this recognition. So thank you so much on behalf of everybody. Well, it is Parks and Rec Month, so let's talk about some fun things. So summer concerts, we had an amazing concert with Merge last night. 582 people was the max count later on. I was estimating over 600 just based on how many folks were there. Perfect Northwest weather. If you haven't made it out, highly encourage you to make it out. Great American Trainwreck is coming up. This is accurate. We had to switch those two bands because one of the vocalists wasn't ready for it. They had something with their throat. Moving on, this was from yesterday. This is our robust senior program. So this is a Tai Chi class that is growing like crazy. And our very own Jesse Allard, our senior and adaptive specialist, took these photos. And we had over 41 folks in our Monday, Wednesday, and Friday free senior fitness courses. I know Rob has come and City Administrator Gelder's come and spoke to the class, but I highly recommend swinging by. It is a chatterbox where people, we heard earlier, this is how you build community. This is especially important when seniors are coming out of COVID and they don't know who to talk to. These are the classes saving lives and making differences. Come down. We really encourage you to. I'm not sure who this is. This is Councilmember Fitzpatrick and the mayor asking a really great question. I will say, I don't know if you shared photos of these, so I only put 2 up, but a huge shout out to Kitsap Regional Library and Councilmember Crow and her team for offering the facility and being such great partners. It was an incredible session, 2-hour, highly engaging session. I can go on, but Councilmember Fitzpatrick and Councilmember Crow can speak to it as well. I personally and professionally looking forward to the next ones. It was stunning. So well done. This I haven't really shared too much. So these are our students for the August 11th drone show doing preparations, measuring how many drones fit on the boardwalk. 200 is the answer. And it was great. And we got all kinds of questions as people were walking through, and we made sure they would not step on the drones. So they were testing these out. So you'll hear more about that tonight when I do a short presentation and update. This is the senior center. They have been using because they are partners, the North Kitsap Senior Citizen Center, great partners. They have been using our Park and Rec facilities, our brand new renovated kitchen that had the ribbon cutting. Thank you, Mayor. For 4 months now while they undergo renovations. I have other photos, but I wasn't sure if I should share them. They can share them. But earlier this week, they opened their door. Bill Austin was in there. A number of others were working on it. The space is coming along. We are thrilled with this kind of partnership. This is what community looks like when you work collaboratively. Speaking of collaborations, there's Poulsbo Rotary. Rachel Cornett, our very own parks coordinator, in the blue hat, in the very far back. And our brand new council member Layton Thomas, yes. Well, she didn't write her last name on her name tag, was there, and she was up to her arms in blackberries. So we have to give her a shout out. There were more folks than this. There were over about 20 folks there. And we had a so there she is working, and we had a special appearance by Honey, which is a 12-week-old Airedale who provided motivation. And then that's my new puppy. I had to put her in. This is last night, the summer concert series. This does not show. The entire park is filled with family, shade, people playing. The best dressed dog I've ever seen, and that's half our venue. So we had great boaters, and we're thrilled. So if you have a boat, come out and listen to the music. We take that into consideration. We take a lot of pride in the sound system. This is a better snapshot. Kids, families, son, wonderful sponsors and contributors, activities. It was hopping. And this is sponsored by the Lions Club right here, where they did bubbles and coloring. Again, community coming together. This last one is you saw from Mike Lund earlier at Rob Parks. This is right when this was happening. This is today. This is golf camp. So Dan Whedon and our staff were up there teaching kids golfing. So we had 1st through 4th graders golfing, and they learned how to say 4, and Everett made sure downrange was good. And I did not know how you're supposed to grip a golf club, but they taught me, and it involves looping your pinky through your thumb based on which hand is in front of your club. I'm not a golfer. So that conducts that update. And the last part of the update is Putt Putt Clash is an event that is coming up on July 25th at the waterfront. Our very own Public Works, Josh Jones, has previously, I believe, won this or come in second, something like that. Either way, he shared with me verbally that he has an out of this world course that he has built for so if you are available for Putt Putt Clash, it is 12 to 8 p.m. on the 25th at Waterfront. I'm really looking forward to this. It's moving from Bainbridge to Poulsbo. And great news, we have submitted 3 grants. So the boardwalk renovation grant for $500,000 has been submitted to RCO. The Perk additional property acquisition, where we're building the parking lot right now, we bought that earlier. If that's being submitted for $280,000, and the Pros Plan grant for $125,000 have been submitted. The Pros Plan I'm about to hit send on. Everything else has been submitted. That concludes the update.
So Jeff, compliments to Rachel Cornett. You spoke of the concert last night. It was a 90s rock band. They also channeled Nirvana. toward the end. Hello, hello. And Rachel was able to demonstrate a dancing technique. I didn't know you could dance in Nirvana. I thought it was all mosh pit, head banging, and other movements. But it turns out there is a movement you can do, and she ably demonstrated it in front of everyone. So my compliments to her for her talent and bravery. I think that's the appropriate way to put it. I see Josh Rains, engineer. Anything to report, Josh? Deputy Chief Willier from the Police Department, anything to share? Waving that off, so I'll swing way over to our city clerk. Rhiannon, we hope you enjoyed your break. We're glad you're back. Anything to share?
Nothing to share, but I'm happy to be back for this week.
We're happy you're here. And Brooks, anything on the information technology front? Chair. So we're back to the agenda proper. A question from Michael.
Brooks, just a quick question. You had sent out a notice about security updates. Should I come see you if my computer never did anything?
Oh, we'll talk offline.
Okay,
You wouldn't
okay.
have seen it. It
Okay.
happened in the background.
I just wanted to double check. Thanks.
All right, so we have the consent agenda. All matters listed within the consent agenda have been distributed to each member of the city council for reading and study, are considered to be routine, in fact, and will be enacted by one motion of the council with no separate discussion. If separate discussion is desired, that item may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda by council member now, or even a citizen request now. Otherwise, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as appearing on tonight's larger city council agenda.
Mayor, move to approve consent agenda items 8A through D as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'll assume no discussion. So starting to my left,
Mayor?
Councilman Eckert.
Mayor,
Mr. Newell. Yes.
yeah, one correction on item 8A. I was present on July 1st from the consent agenda on.
And the clerk is indicating that correction is being made now. Thank you for catching that, Doug.
Thank you.
That's part of what we need to review. Thank you. Any other changes or notes? So we do have a motion and a second on the table, and I'll note that that is with the amended minutes as referred to. So again, starting to my far left, Councilman Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Lived aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Crow, aye.
Tabor,
And Mr. Newell.
Newell, aye.
Thank you again for catching that, Doug. We're moving on to item 9, business agenda. The first item is the Active Apartments Project road closure request, and Mr. Washburn will be attending to that. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor Stern. Engineering is here tonight with the request to approve a temporary road closure for some utility work on 9th Avenue and Northeast Harrison Street. All right, so in these photos, you'll see the work areas on 9th Avenue and then Harrison. The construction crew is performing some deep utility work on each portion of that road, making it infeasible to maintain one lane of traffic as we would normally require during that construction. The closure is being requested for up to 3 working days, with the road access being restored each night after construction. This will likely be taking place later this month or early August. The closure, when in effect, will be clearly signed, with detours also being clearly signed throughout town. And as expected, we have some engineering conditions that are specific to this closure. First off, the contractor will need to notify the affected businesses and the residents that live there 1 week prior to the closure taking place. They'll need to provide written notification to emergency services, the postmaster, and solid waste disposal firms. They'll need to provide access to emergency vehicles at all times throughout the closure. They'll need to coordinate work with the affected businesses who take deliveries during that time of the week to minimize the impact of that as well. They'll need approval from WashDOT for their traffic control plan, which they have received, and will require that electronic reader boards are in place indicating the closure in the area 1 week before that happens down there. So at this point, I'd welcome any questions that you guys have.
Just a clarification, then I'll call on Councilwoman Livedall. This is referring to a road closure. This is not going to affect any other utility or electricity or any other impact, strictly road closure?
This is strictly a road closure with no utility outage, correct?
Britt.
What's the radius for notifications of residents?
The radius for notifications, I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's about 500 feet or something like that.
I'm sorry, that's woefully inadequate for the people who use that road. So, I mean, I know you're going to have the reader boards and things, but I don't know. That concerns me. I'm not even sure that makes it to the end of 9th, or to the end of Harrison, my street where I live. Additionally, it looks like these are both closing at the same time. So there's no access either way. Is that what I'm understanding for 3 days?
These will not be closed in tandem with each other. Ideally, or not ideally, what the contractor is going to do is they're going to perform work in one area, then shift to the other. So they will not be closed at the same time, no.
Okay, but total, it's still only supposed to take 3 working days. Is that correct?
That's correct. This will be for a total of 3 working days.
Okay. Those are my questions at the moment.
If we could get back to Britt with an exact radius of properties to be notified, she might be receiving inquiries from folks in the neighborhood too. So it'd be great to be exact, I would think. Josh?
Yeah, I could just add to that. There is not an exact radius. It's really more of a door knocker, door hanger thing. That's the reason the reader boards will go up a week in advance to notify anybody in the area that utilize those streets that there's an outage. And that's typically what we do. Any sort of public notice, if there is one sent out, is usually within a 300-foot radius of any project limit. But this is just a request of the contractor to go to the neighbors in the area and notify them as well as the businesses.
I have another question, Mayor, sorry. What's the impact to the property that's on the corner of 9th and Harrison? And that's her access. She's my neighbor.
So I can speak to that a little bit. The road closure is going to affect, I mean, she lives right by where the work is being performed, but that'll still be local access only for her. So she'll still have ingress and egress throughout the duration of this work being performed.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, Britt? Rick?
Yeah, just to Britt's point about notification, I would think, looking at I think it's 1 slide up from where you are, or no, 2 slides up, talking about, vehicles will be detoured down Hostmark to 6th Avenue to Harrison. So it just seems like you'd want to notify as far out as 6th that that's where the detour is going to take cars. So the folks on 6th have awareness that additional traffic is going to be coming their way over those 3 days. So it might not necessarily be a set geographic, number of feet limit. It might, if we're specifically going to ask that cars go that way, we should probably notify the residents along the way. And we all know people are going to go whatever route they find, but I mean, if that's the plan, notify along the plan.
Yeah, and just again, that's why we're putting out the reader boards. Just for example, when we close Front Street, we don't notify the entire city by mail. We put up reader boards in advance of that. So anybody that drives that area is aware at least a week in advance that it's coming up.
Any other question from the council? I see a motion before the council. Does the council wish to take action on this? And if so, do I have a motion?
I can make the motion.
Rick, go ahead.
Move to approve road closure of Northeast Harrison Street and 9th Avenue at the intersection with Harrison Street for 3 working days.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion desired by the council on the motion on the table?
Can we make it 4 days?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have asked the question.
Please, Pam, this is the time for discussion.
Apologies. I should have jumped in there and asked the question, but I know we're at discussion. I was just curious if, let's see, a week prior to, so what date would that be, approximately a week prior to for the reader board to go up? Like an approximate,
Like just an ETA of like when they expect to start work.
when the reader board will go up notifying folks.
I think she's referring to how much in advance of the
Yes,
day of the
yeah.
work so that neighbors are well advised
Yeah.
to alter their plans if they weren't aware.
The reader boards would go up at least 1 week before the start date, ideally.
Okay, so
notice
is it
that.
possible for it to go up 2 weeks in advance?
We can certainly make that a
Yeah.
condition of approval, yes.
Yeah, as long as go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, it's been a little vague on the timing. So, I mean, I think a week, I'm not sure if 2 weeks would help simply because in my experience with signs, people stop looking at them.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I almost parked in the tow away zone before Viking Fest because I just stopped reading the signs. So I mean, I don't know, but I think, I don't know. I kind of just want it out of the way. That's where I'm at with it. But I mean, I do want people to know about it. I think the door knocker thing is maybe possibly more effective than a sign that people see when they're driving and may not catch what they're reading. That's
All duly noted, and I'm sure our engineering staff will communicate that to the folks on the scene.
Yeah, and just maybe for some additional clarity, the work right now is anticipated to happen in early August, so we don't have an exact date, but in early August. So I would expect the reader boards to go up, probably the last week in July, first week of August timeframe.
So we have a motion and a table on, a motion made with a second on the table. Any further discussion before calling for the question? And not seeing any, I'm going to start to my left. Councilman Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Little I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Crow eye.
Tabor, aye.
Mr. Newell.
No, I.
Thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item 9B. Poulsbo Events Recreation Center Project Maintenance Building Change Order. And that will be Josh Rains.
Yeah, good evening again. Just give me 1 second here and I'll share the screen. All right, first to start us off, I thought we'd take the opportunity to introduce our new project coordinator sitting to my right here. This is Megan Wilson. You might remember that we did get a new position approved as part of this year's budget, and Megan was recently hired about a month ago and is making an immediate impact on our team, and she's been supporting the PERC project pretty heavily, and so I asked her to come up here and be able to bring this forward with us tonight and introduce her to the council.
Welcome, Megan. We're very pleased to have you on board, part of the city team.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. Yeah, Josh is right. I've been here for just a little over a month, and I'm heavily involved in PERC. So that's been a great experience. I was formerly an employee of Olympic College, so I worked in facilities, and so it's nice to get a different view and be in the field. So thanks, everybody.
Okay, Great, thank you. And so here we are tonight. You may remember as we went through the bidding process for the PERC, we had a bid alternate for the storage and maintenance building. And as the bid results came in, the bids that we received were a little higher than our engineer's estimate at the time that we had incorporated into the bid. So we did not award it. So we've been working pretty hard with the contractor to try to renegotiate some prices on that building to reincorporate it in the project. And so far, things are looking really good. With the contractor, you may remember in the bid process, their bid was $250,000 to construct it. We are looking to renegotiate that down to about $200,000. And that is for the contractor to actually construct the building. What we're here tonight is actually for purchasing the building from Romtech as a pre-packaged building that gets delivered to the site. And then we'll have a separate change order with our contractor to construct that. That change order will be within the mayor's authority to sign, so that change order will not come back to council unless you guys want me to come back and talk about it. But it looks like we're able to save about $50,000 in negotiating with the contractor to actually construct it. So here's just highlighting the map where it's at. And this is just a quick sketch showing what it is. So it'll be a maintenance building that our crews will store all their tools in and things like that. It will also have a side area on it. As you can see in the side view, that'll be a gazebo covering with some picnic tables and things like that as well. So we are purchasing through KCDA, which is the King County Directors Association, just like the other Romtech buildings that were part of the package that have been previously approved. And as previously mentioned, they've been through the competitive bidding process. And so that's how we're able to go through them. And then the contract has already been reviewed by the city attorney. And so this is just adding to that previous contract that's already been approved. With the sales tax comes out to just over $192,000. In the contract, you'll see that the dollar amount is about $174,000. I think just wanted to note that does not include the sales tax. So that's why you're seeing two different numbers. And then just thought I'd take the opportunity to show you a couple recent aerial photos to show you progress at where we're at out there. Concrete was poured for the first time yesterday. You can see in the top left photo, the retaining wall that's going to go around the perimeter of the field. So we had our first concrete pour yesterday, so that was successful. So we're making some really great progress out there. The contractor's doing a great job. And I think we're going to take a little tour of the facility next week, Mayor, right?
Correct, Josh. And while you have that slide up, the one on the upper left, there's a ladder in the corner closest to the viewer. Am I to understand that's where, if we can successfully negotiate or otherwise navigate, there's been talk in the past of creating an amphitheater?
The ladder effect that you see there is actually the rebar and forming for the wall footing that was just poured yesterday. So that's what they're going on. But over here in the tree area is the conceptual area that an amphitheater kind of grading, some seating could be done in the future.
And I'll note for the record, and I should have brought this up under mayor reports, City Administrator Rob Gelder and I will be meeting with the leadership of Western Washington University, president and his staff, along with the new president of Olympic College and her staff on July 24th. So points of, part of the larger discussion of the future of Poulsbo and the two campuses also could be any fine points about parking or other area of interest that the city has. So might want to start a little bullet point list of things Rob and I might or should be aware of while we have the opportunity to be meeting face to face with leadership. And I'll note that Western just hired a first dedicated Western on the Peninsula's director who will be working out of Poulsbo, and that offer just went out in the last week, and a new cybersecurity director for both Bellingham and Poulsbo has been hired to head up the computer programs, and I believe he'll be working out of Poulsbo. So again, any other items that might be pertinent with the perk going in or anything related to it, I think of parking, please let us know.
Yeah, great. No, thank you for that information. Definitely will pass that along.
Pam has a question.
Yes.
If somebody can channel Gary and chime in, I'd appreciate it. So also, if you could be patient with me as you educate me on some of these acronyms. Change order, I see change order 2. So that's why this is being presented, because there was an initial one and now it's been updated. Is that correct?
No, great question. Thank you for bringing that up. So change order 1. So if you remember the original contract with Romtech, we approved the restroom building and 2 pavilions. And so change order 1 is one that is dealing with the upgrades to the restroom facility. So as we are finalizing the design and the details with Romtech, we had a roughly $80,000 change order with Romtech for those upgrades. And so since we're on the same contract, this is change order 2 to purchase a brand new separate building.
All right. So thank you so much for explaining that. So if I heard you correctly, it was initially estimated at 250 and obviously it's less than that. So that's definitely a win. So is this standard language? And maybe I'll even, if Doug Newell wants to chime in, yes, I'm putting him on the spot, then maybe he can also speak to it. But it says the change order and any previously authorized change orders continues. I'm sorry, that's not the area that it said something about the price above is valid for 30 days from the change order date and then that, what is it called? Sorry, Romtech, put my glasses on. Says that they can reserve the right to update the price to reflect cost changes. Is that just standard practice? There's nothing to be alarmed with that, right?
Yeah, that is standard. And what that really is saying is they give this change order to us today. If we don't sign it within 30 days, they reserve the right to go in and update their price.
Okay.
If there's any material changes.
So it would be wise for us to lean into this price then. Okay. All right. Just talking out loud. Thanks for talking it through with me. I appreciate that.
Great questions. Thank you. Okay. And that's all I have, and I'm happy to entertain any additional questions. I've got a motion on the screen. Would be happy to entertain that.
Thank you, Josh. And Megan, we look forward to you learning the skill set Josh has to definitely handle us. Not only on site, but here, right? Both jobs. Am I right, Job?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we have a sample motion. Is there any other clarification before I ask for an action from City Council? So I'll ask for that action. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Pam.
Okay. Motion to approve the materials purchase and change order with Romtech through KCDA in the amount of $192,033.54 for the maintenance building on the Poulsbo Events and Recreation Center project, and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement on behalf of the city.
Second.
And so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion desired by council on the motion on the table? And not seeing any. Again, to my far left, Councilman Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Lived all.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Pro I.
Tabor, aye.
Newell, aye.
Thank you, council. We are going to move on then, and the next item, as it appears on your agenda, is item 9C, and that is a change order number 1 for Neighborhood Streets Pavement Preservation Project. Mike Lund will be staffing that, and anything that has to do with strengthening the neighborhood streets, I'm all for, Mike. I feel very proprietary.
Give me a second here while I figure this out again. Yeah.
Your help?
Yeah.
Need
I need my
your
power.
presentation. Yeah.
It's on the screen on the desktop.
It's first we have from the presentation. Right here. Okay, there you go. Okay, so now you want to go with Zoom. Yeah, he's trying. There it is. Click on that. Click that as Zoom.
There we go. All right.
Do slideshow start. Slideshow. There you go. Good, you got it.
Perfect. All right. I apologize for that. We're here to talk about the scrub seal project. If you guys remember a couple weeks ago, I brought the contract forward for the contract with Sierra Santa Fe. At that time, we didn't come forward with the budget amendment to cover the project because we knew there was a potential change order there. So I wanted to get them under contract so I can negotiate the change order, and then we'll do the budget amendment for everything here. So I'm not doing multiple budget amendments. That's kind of the skinny of the whole thing here. Just to give you guys a reminder of the project locations, it is up in the Ridgewood area, Ridgewood, Norland Court, Schooner Court, Carl Place, Glen Haven, and then down in pretty much the rest of that purple is all of Old Town. And then the red section there is planned new water main here in next year in 2027. So we're here tonight to do the budget amendment, which is we're going to move funds from the project, the Neighborhood Streets Reserve Fund. Starting reserve fund balance is about 1.4. Actually, I think we're a little bit more than that, but about 1.4 million in the Neighborhood Streets Reserve balance. Requested amount for the budget amendment, 740,000, and the remaining reserve fund balance, 660,000. And we, just so you guys know, we get about 475,000 a year goes into that reserve fund. I was joking with my staff earlier today, talking about this, and I knew I'd be sitting here next to Deb. Basically, I'm looking at it. I need to get money from mom's purse to put in dad's wallet so I can pay the kids.
That's a good analogy.
And so part of that money is for the change order to go from just the standard fog seal that we talked about to the onyx, which is a much thicker seal coat there. Will give us a lot better project, a nicer looking finish, last a little longer. The original contract was about $414,000. We deduct the original bid item for the fog seal, add the new change order price of the onyx, and it's an increase of the contract of $226,774, or about 55% of the contract. So it's a big, substantial change order. I did go back and look 3 years ago. We did onyx only up in Stendhal Ridge area, all that. And even with today's crazy oil prices, the square yard cost is only about 50 cents a square yard difference than what we paid 3 years ago. So it's not too bad. So the revised contract amounts $641,125.42. I'm asking for $740,000 for the budget amendment because I still have to get an inspector in there to do the stuff. I have to get signs. I just got other miscellaneous stuff that needs to come, and I don't want to have to come back for another budget. Whatever's left over goes right back to the reserve funds anyhow, so no big deal. So I have two motions on the table for you. The first is to approve the budget amendment, and the second is to approve the change order.
So Mike, that was an extensive area that's to be overlaid that you had up on the screen that's not in our packets. Am I able to request a hard copy? I can't locate.
Yeah, 100%.
That would be great. And then do we put up signage to alert neighbors and also to let them know their taxpayer dollars are hard at work?
So we've already handed out door hangers to every single property in both areas. We did that about a month or so ago. We will do that again next week to let them know the project is moving forward, and I will have message board signs up at both locations prior to.
Yeah, this is just great. This is the largest project we've
It's the biggest
undertaken
one we've done so
under
far.
neighborhood streets, and much credit to the city. And as I mentioned before, I think it's the number one thing our residential neighbors notice, care about, and appreciate.
Yeah,
that we do.
I think this will be a good project when it all comes forward. I did talk to the contractor today, move the timeline up a little bit. So we're going to be spreading gravel last week of July.
Great. Questions? Rick?
Not so much question, just comments. First off, as long as you need to learn to share, we will give you the time. And just this one and the last one, just I always appreciate everything you all that the whole department does to save money or find a way to use the same amount of money to give us a better or larger project. This is a perfect example. You've done it every time that I've been around, where if it comes in lower, you just fix more streets. And so I always appreciate that. And yeah, kind of like what Ed just said, the one thing we hear all the time, and I hear it constantly, and it quite honestly frustrates me is, well, the city's never doing anything. You never plan for the streets. You never plan for it. We are doing this stuff all the time. This is a perfect example and highlights exactly what we are doing. So it's a great project. I can't wait to see what the roads look like and keep up the good work.
Yeah, the contractor and I were discussing today on whether to do the change order with Onyx or to try and take that money and maybe do a couple more streets. It's like, let's just stick with our plan. We've already notified the neighborhoods. We've already notified this, and doing the Onyx gives us a better project, our product long term.
The appearance of this level of work is just so cool. And what it does to alter the neighborhood in the appearance, or should I say it's so hot. It's just awesome work.
Yeah, it works good. What people need to realize is this is a preservation project. This isn't a rebuild. So they're not getting a brand new street. So if it's got some humps and bumps, you're still going to have some humps and bumps. It's just going to be a nice, it's going to fill the cracks. It's going to fill the potholes. It's going to fill, but it's not a brand new street.
Any other questions before I call for motions? And, Mike, if it's possible for staff, it's such an extensive area of the city. That one map that shows the color segregated neighborhoods, I think if each council, myself, had that handy, it would serve us to perhaps discuss that with such a large area of the city that's affected population-wise.
I'll send it all to you tomorrow.
Great.
Would also be useful, when you presented this the first time, you had a couple of things that you would just pull up. And one of them was there it is. Like, if we preserve it, it gives us this much life, this much life. That wasn't in the posted agenda slides. So I went back and looked for it.
Yeah.
But that slide right there where it shows how we extend by doing this, that would be great. I was in a short lean class at work, and I was talking about that because I'm like, or you could, like how change management kind of things work.
We've had that slide in every neighborhood streets presentation since we started doing that, right? For the projects as we go. This was just an update for a change order, but yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's
right.
why
It triggers it. It shows.
to show how we do some work now and it extends life. That slide is very, very useful.
So we have two motions before us.
I'm happy to make the first motion, Mayor.
Thank you.
After all, we wouldn't want dad to have his hand slapped getting into mom's purse. Mayor, I move to approve budget amendment BA 301 to move $740,000 from neighborhood streets reserves into neighborhood streets repairs and maintenance fund.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? And not seeing any, I'll call for the question. Councilman Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Lived all I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Pro I.
Tabor, aye.
Bill, aye.
Thank you, Doug. And now we have a second change order.
Mayor, I move to approve change order number 1 in the 2026 pavement preservation project to replace standard fog seal with Onyx mastic seal in the amount of $226,774.24.
Second.
I have a motion and a second from Britt Livedall, second. And we will dedicate this one to Michael Fitzpatrick's father, who spent his career in Caltrans repairing roads. And I know he's looking down on his son thinking, this is what I paid college for? So I'm going to call for the vote. I'll start with Mr. Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Lived all I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Pro I.
Tabor, aye.
Bill, aye.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Council.
We're going to move on. We have item D, resolution number 2026-10. This is the official city newspaper. Deb, you want to tell us the requirement here?
Good evening, Council Mayor. This is a requirement by RCWs to name an official newspaper. We are much luckier than the counties because the counties have to actually do this RFP RFP every year. And so it is a little bit of work for a process. We did our RFP and we received one bidder, and you'll see in your packet what the rates are. The good news is it's the same newspaper that we have the current agreement with. It will go into effect on August 1st, and the rates will remain the same. It is with the Kitsap Sun USA Today company. And so we actually have extended the agreement until July 31st of 2031. So we will not have to do this again for another 4 years. So we are looking for the resolution approval and getting ready to move forward and name that official newspaper. So thank you. If you have any questions.
Very good. And I'll notice it's a sheer coincidence because they weren't trying to influence us. The entire front page of the Kitsap Sun today are stories about Poulsbo, coincidental. And it moves us, or will when a motion's made. Questions or concerns of the council? I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. Move to approve resolution number 2026-10, a resolution of the city of Poulsbo, Washington, naming the USA Today company publisher of the Kitsap Sun as the official city newspaper for the term of August 1st, 2026 through July 31st, 2031.
Second.
And I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? And not seeing any. Councilman Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Lived I.
Fitzpatrick.
Crow eye.
Tabor, aye.
Newell, aye.
Thank you all. We're going to move on to the last item on the business agenda. It's going to be staffed by the police department. Ordinance number 2026-09, paid parking zones in the downtown area. And lest I forget, I want to compliment and have Deputy Chief Wheeler pass this along. Had a meeting today with the Port of Poulsbo. James Weaver, the manager, made a point of saying how just delighted, gratified, but importantly, the work being done on the Marine unit out in the bay on derelict vessels is so much appreciated by the Port of Poulsbo and by us, the council and the population. So that came up and was freely offered. If you'd pass that along to Officer Hausberg and the others involved in the Marine unit and the entire department.
Thank you very much, and I absolutely will do that. So for the ordinance number 2026-9 for the paid parking, we're looking for the amendment to the PMC to get approved for the downtown parking area.
And to add on to that, if I may, it's one of those things that as we have embarked on this journey of paid parking, looking to actually create additional clarity in the code to make sure that while we have sort of the ability to do citations relative to parking enforcement, it wasn't as clear when it came to the enforcement of paid parking specifically. So the amendments that were proposed to was to offer that additional level of clarity that we worked with our legal counsel to create.
And so before us is a prepared motion, but I will entertain any discussion previous. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Chief. I have a couple quick comments and then a question for you. First comment is I just wanted to note this is on the paid parking landing page, but it was also included in the packet that we have a one-stop parking map for the downtown that I just wanted to congratulate everyone who's worked on that. It's got employee parking marked, paid parking, timed parking, and unpaid parking for that whole zone. And it's really clean, clear, and I think people will find that helpful. So thank you. And I also want to say this is a very nice, simple parking ordinance. I spent the last few days reading parking code in cities all across Washington, and this is nice, clean, and straightforward. And I appreciate the clarity and the simplicity. I wanted to ask you about the language of the change or the addition in the Poulsbo Municipal Code. So I noticed that the language in Section A is what I would call absolute. in that it requires the maintenance of a valid parking session anytime a patron is occupying a parking stall in a paid parking zone. The only exception is noted in section D, which says that these requirements are exempted during public holidays. But our parking grace is more generous than that. So I wanted to ask you, should the ordinance be amended tonight to reflect the full scope of parking grace in these zones, that no payment is required between the hours of 6 p.m. and 10 a.m. on Tuesdays or during certain permitted special events?
I'll let you speak to that one. I think anytime that we have individuals, whether it's our own police officers or contracted services that are assisting us with implementing or executing the ordinance and the code around paid parking, the clarity is helpful. I think that to the extent, if there's a way to actually amend code that is, for lack of better phrases, maybe a little bit more graceful without as much of the specificity, because anytime that the program might change down the road, then you have to reopen code. So there may be a way of actually offering a little additional clarity without doing that level of specificity.
Yeah, I agree. I've noticed that some cities write exact times, locations, days, and all that into their code, and that can be counterproductive because then if you change your policy, you have to change your code. So I wanted to ask, I sent the deputy chief and the city administrator a proposed potential amendment earlier that was intended to have language that met those requirements. City administrator, did you have any thoughts?
I actually thought those were, I think that offers the level of additional clarity without that onerous specificity that could be an impediment in the future.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? And I'm willing to entertain a motion then.
So one question, are we then amending this based on what Michael submitted? Or, okay. And then just for the rest of the council's awareness, I did send an email to Rob because it was, I didn't read a bunch of other code, but I did follow the rabbit trail of our code. And it talks about public holiday. And so if you look at that code, our related Poulsbo municipal code on public holidays needs a little work. So obviously they'd look into that, and so we'll probably have an update coming later because that hasn't been updated in quite a few years, and there's some interesting language in that I'm not sure where it came from. So we're gonna just, if you follow that, it does spell out what holidays, but it gets into what days those holidays are and what. So I did ask for that, but that'll come back to us later.
Any further discussion? I'd be happy to entertain an action on the material before us.
Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 2026-09, an ordinance of the city of Poulsbo, Washington, amending section 10.12.5 and adding a new section 10.12.45 of the Poulsbo Municipal Code relating to paid parking zones with the city's downtown area, providing for severability and establishing effective date.
And do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilwoman Crowe. We have a motion on the table. Any last discussion on the motion itself?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to propose an amendment.
And please share.
Rhiannon, if you have a second, I believe you have some text you can share with my colleagues. So this is a proposed amendment that I will read here in a second that is for just the section of the ordinance that adds 10.12.45 to our code. So this is the new section. This won't change any other parts of the ordinance. So I will read the proposed amendment, and if there's a second, I'm happy to just explain any or answer any further questions people have. I move that we amend the proposed Poulsbo Municipal Code 10.12.45, Section A preamble as follows. No person shall stop, stand, or park a vehicle in a paid parking zone during the restricted and regulated time applicable to the paid parking zone up to the maximum legal parking time unless, and Section D as follows. The restrictions of this section shall not apply on public holidays as defined under Poulsbo Municipal Code 10.12.40, Section D, on designated free parking days or during permitted special events that suspend paid parking, except where otherwise indicated on the parking payment device or posted signage.
And Michael, can you just, in a few words, tell us what the intent in plain language is of this?
Do you want me to wait for a second?
I will second the amendment.
So we have a motion and a second on the amendment before hearing the original on the Poulsbo Municipal Code. So for those listening, Michael, the intent of this was to clarify.
So what I noticed is, for example, Spokane's municipal code, they have probably the closest template to the one that the deputy chief is bringing before us tonight. And I noticed that in their section D, they don't have public holidays, they have legal parking holidays as their designation. And when you go to look to the reference in their code, it doesn't just list public holidays, it also lists, say, the day of the week that they exempt paid parking, just like we are going to do. So one option was to go to 10.12.40 and change that list, but that requires more work. I thought the simpler way to do this is just to add a section right after this that says we will have designated free parking days. And as well, we will suspend paid parking potentially on certain permitted special events. That anticipates upcoming changes to our special events code. And then this change in Section A is the part that I pulled from the Washington Administrative Codes. That's for essentially a catch-all for having paid parking zones operative only during certain hours of the day and not 24 hours. But it does it without specifying what those hours are in case we want to change them at some point. And the real purpose of this is to make it so that the code reflects the signage, the messaging, and so forth, so that we're saying the same thing in all parts of what we do.
Thank you, Councilman Fitzpatrick. So the first is the amendment to the code specific to the red line before you. And if that passes, then we'd be looking at the adoption of the entirety of the cited code. Any other discussion on the amendment before you? And calling for the, Mr. Tabor.
Makes sense to me. I don't see any problem with it. I wanted to see if there's any feedback from the city administrator or Deputy Wheeler. Okay, great.
They indicated thumbs up. Any other discussion? I'm going to call for the vote. Mr. Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Livedall, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Crow eye.
Tabor, aye.
Newell, aye.
Thank you all. Now we have before us the entirety of the code section cited. And that is already a motion and a second on the table. Any last discussion on the larger code adoption? And not seeing any. Mr. Eckert.
Eckert, aye.
Livedall, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Crow eye.
Tabor, aye.
Newell, aye.
Thank you, City Council, and thank you, Police Department. I might end my remark, and before we move into the study workshop, I led off by complimenting the Police Department on feedback I gotten on the Port of Poulsbo on their enforcement of derelict vessels and the manner in which they're doing so. Allow me to bookend that then to let the council know that there's been deep neighborhood concern out by Oyster Plant Park these last few weeks, month or two, about activity that may or may not be associated with derelict vessels and egress and ingress to them utilizing Oyster Plant Park. I believe that was resolved by action of the police department in the last week, and I received a number of grateful feedback and noting that from neighbors. And so I just wanted to share with the council that that action is much appreciated and hopes it resolves those neighborhood concerns. Again, Deputy Chief Wheeler, if you'd convey that to the department as a whole.
Absolutely, I will do that.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. At this point, I note it is 6:35. We're going to take a 5 or 10 minute break, council. I hear 10 minutes. We will reconvene at 6:45 for the study session. this up on the screen. And we're back in workshop item for city council. We're going to start with agenda 10A special event review, and Jeff Osmek and Emily will review this with us. Jeff?
Thank you, Mayor. I gave Emily the night off. She has a family and summer camps are happening and she's been putting in the hours. So good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council and community members. In front of you, it's just one update. This is the pilot program, pun intended, for the Liberty Bay Drone Show. This is a demonstration project. It is an initiative to demonstrate to the community, as this is the last year for private fireworks, and that will go away next year, what a drone show might look like and how our community might be able to celebrate that. It's a single time funding by city council for this initiative, and it is a special event. The special event is put on by our partners at Poulsbo Rotary Club, and we have a number of folks who have helped advise on this too, but the application in front of you, the special event permit, is Poulsbo Rotary Club, who is working closely with the city and Peninsula School District, who are the drone operators. It's a great story. The youth are paid to do this. It's a technology program. It is incredible. So let me give a few highlights so we can keep moving through. Then I'll show 4 slides. This is all in your packets, so you all have this information, but it's just helpful to see what it looks like and how the angle, and this is a top-down view, by the way, of what these images are. Let's see here. Okay, so that's where the drone show is going to be. It's going to launch from the boardwalk. You saw that in my update, 200 drones launching from the boardwalk. We are going to close the boardwalk. I will skip through these slides. Here's the closure of the boardwalk. So that'll happen from 4 o'clock. We can't have people walking through the boardwalk. So we'll have it flagged off. We are hoping people are going to listen to numerous barricades, not just one. And we're working with our partners in the police department. If someone says, you can't stop me, and it's a volunteer, they can't stop them. So it will be a call to police that they cannot be in this area where drone operations are happening. But we want to provide early awareness so there's no surprises for the community who are walking or visitors. Other things, we also are communicating with our partners at the Navy, so they are aware that this is occurring. And we are working with Port of Poulsbo, the port manager, James Weaver, who operates our seaplanes, right? We have an airport right there. So they are aware as well. And let's see here, a couple other things. Just so you know, Liberty Bay is outside of the Bangor, Keyport, no-fly areas. But again, it's just coordination. We have a lot of military folks who might be surprised if there's drones flying up in the air. And we want to make sure we're partnering with that. A couple other things. So easiest thing to explain here is the drones operate in the green zone, but if they drift, it might be in the blue zone. If they hit the red zone, they get shut down. But let's say they're moving at speed and you shut it down, that object, Newton's law, if you're a science person, right, it's going to keep moving. And so that's what that white zone shows. Because it's the school district, they have a very large area for safety, for operations. So we can't have people in this white area. That's why the boardwalk was the only location on the waterfront after extensive review that works, because it affects very little folks. There's very little housing there, and it keeps the majority as you look towards. Does the cursor show up behind me? I don't want to turn around. So it's still, you still have Waterfront Park, right, that can view this. We will be notifying these buildings that the drone show will be happening. We're really not expecting a lot of impact because it's forecast to start at 9 p.m. So we don't have tourist traffic. It's not a busy, Saturday afternoon in Poulsbo. Should be fine, but we want to make sure folks know that there's a drone show operating. Stay inside or move to a different location. That's good.
Jeff, does that mean you're closing that section of the street?
We're gonna go over that, council member. Right. Yes, that is this slide. So thank you for keeping me moving. This is our street closure. So we're working with our police department, and we will be doing a short-term street closure. The street will be closed for 15 minutes, but realistically, we'll probably have a half hour to an hour, right, when you move barricades out. So we'll have closures. I should know this from memory. Okay, we'll have a closure by where it goes, the little road goes down. So bad. Is this King Olaf the road comes on down. But right here, we'll have a closure, but we'll sign it right at the intersection too, just so folks know at the intersection where Cafe Cocina is, like, hey, the road's closed ahead. Then they find it's closed, and then they can still pull through and the fire lane over at Waterfront Park and pull through. We prefer not to have traffic redirected there, since that's where, you know, people are going to be parking. Hence, we'll have some signage over at the intersection. On the opposite side, we'll have the hard closure right past King Olaf up here, but we'll be redirecting folks. We, meaning the city, and Lieutenant Zima has been very helpful with this, over by Sunset. So the parade route is when you think about that, so they know. And then in this white area, we will have extensive volunteers from Rotary and anyone else. Any other city volunteers will be in visibility vests, and we will have we'll be coordinating with police just to make sure people don't enter that white area. It's off on the remote chance a drone just decides it just wants to fly. It wants to do its own thing. We don't want pedestrians in there is what it comes out to be. Other things. This is great. So I really want to give a shout out to our police department. We are also, because we're operating over water, we are going to be setting out some buoys. Nothing fancy. It can just some sort of marking about where boats can't go. Just like fireworks, you really don't want to go under them. And it's not great viewing for the drones. You want to, if you can see this is a 2-dimension. If you're under this, you're going to look at a flat image because it's all vertical in line. Your best viewing is going to be from Waterfront Park, where you can actually see the 3-dimensional image. With that is the update about the drone show on August 11th. It happens after the summer concert series, so that's 6 to 8. We'll be letting folks know so they can stay or they can go grab dinner, and then we'll be having some announcements and probably just like a tee up to the drone show starting right around 9 p.m. based on how dark it gets. It will be much darker 1 month from now at that time, unless daylight savings time changes. I'm really not familiar with that.
So number one, thank you, Jeff. I want to acknowledge Jeff's instrumental role throughout this discussion. Back when we were looking at the July 4 event and then it pivoted to August 11, his due diligence on drones, both within the private sector and then identifying the school district, Gig Harbor Peninsula. This would not be happening without the Parks Department, without Jeff's doggedness. I'm not referring to his new puppy, Honey. I'm talking about his bear down doggedness got this job done. Number two, I want to thank the city council for willing to cede up front the cost of the drone show. We pivoted from July 4, in part for security reasons, and the lead time it takes for the Navy and police and others, and moved it to August 11 to demonstrate to the community, as Jeff well said, that drones can be a viable alternative, an exciting alternative to fireworks, which will be otherwise banned in 2027. And then the hope, and this is my last comment, that this is a demonstration for next year's July 4, because what we're looking to do is meet the community's desire for celebrating and having an outlet and an alternative. And so it would be hoped, whereas July 4 will now commence the summer concert series a few days earlier than originally planned, that the event itself outside of the concert series will be picked up by private sponsors, as was always the tradition in this community, whether it was Viking Fest or July 3rd, that the drone show moving forward could be privately sponsored, and all of these could be tagged with branding and other recognitions. All of that remains to be seen, but that was certainly the precedent with the Viking Fest Corporation, the July 3rd folks, and that's the hope for next year. So on that note, council, discussion or questions for Jeff?
Just one question for either Jeff or the mayor. Is this drone demonstration going to be patriotically themed or something else?
We haven't gotten to the design just yet. So now that the contract has been updated, so it went for 300 drones to 200. So there's a little bit of a cost savings there. And we're looking at what designs work for 200 and what do we want to show. And that discussion just happened a day ago. So I would expect with the time remaining, we are less than a month. And that's a lifetime for me right now. So we have time to figure out the design. I would expect next week. Do you have a suggestion?
No, but I do think having some part of it being patriotic would be good because this was originally intended to be a July 4th. There were people right up to July 4th who thought this drone show was going to happen on the 4th. And so I think that expectation has been created. It might be good to meet it.
And that would be a good demo, right? Because it's a pilot again, pun intended, pilot program to show this is what it looks like. We're also looking for videographers and photographers. So that would help rally the community and supporters to say, I want to be part of this. This is a great idea.
I like that idea. And, you know, some firework explosions being done by drone, by light. And then the opportunity too, Jeff, keep in mind, since part of fireworks is that tactile sound as well as the light. If music could be played, pre-recorded from our PA system, that'll otherwise be lingering at the stands, that might make up with part of that tactical difference. Yeah, thank you. Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. If still trying to incorporate the original theme, the overall concept, I think is a good idea. And you know, bookend the summer, it always helps. You know, if we had an image of a certain Valkyrie that we've talked about mixed in there, that might not be a bad idea. But separately, you mentioned announcements. I remember a while back, Dan presented to us about a test with a potential announcement system for the downtown that was for emergency management purposes. I wonder if this might be another good way to test that system, since we're looking at out into the bay and wanting boats to be around and kind of a pretty wide area of please don't get under the drones. I don't know if that test is concluded or if we can run another test or.
That the test actually happened over the past winter. So it's already concluded, and that vendor was mobilized out of California. So we're not going to be able to do that at this time.
Who else? Any questions? Thank you, Jeff. The next is Marine Patrol update, which I spoke to generally in the business agenda, and this will be staffed by Deputy Chief Wheeler and the able assistants.
All right. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor Ed Stern, for having me and giving me opportunity to show you guys through photos. I had an actual whole presentation, but due to time constraints, we're doing screenshots today, but you'll still get a good idea of what we've been working on in the Marine Division this summer so far. As you guys know, Liberty Bay is a sought after bay for boats that like to come in and maybe harbor down for the fall or winter time due to the protection that it does offer. But that, as you guys know, that also creates a huge problem for other boats, for ecology purposes, stuff like that. So I've been working since the beginning of the summer closely with DNR. This photo here is taken off my Google Earth project that I have going on called Operation Healthy Harbor. A lot of these boats, the place markers that you see in yellow, these are boats that have already been tagged, certified letters have already been sent out to the last known registered owner and are in a waiting period. There is initially 15 days. If the boat is not moved, that has to take part first until we take custody of it. And then after that 15-day mark, there's 30 days that the last known registered owner has the chance to appeal the intent to take custody of. And then if that is not taken, then we contract with DNR to come in and remove these boats, and they'll take them out and demo them. Total boats right now, as of yesterday, I've got 35 different place markers, and I'll show you a different part of the bay. This is pretty much in the middle. Right here is the Poulsbo Yacht Club, Liberty Bay Marina. And then moving farther south, a few other boats, two others that have already been tagged. The Classique, speaking on some of the activity that was happening outside of Oyster Plant with the community concerns, that has been handled. That boat has been tagged. So we're looking for those people to come back and move the boat, or DNR can take care of it. But the biggest thing here is you guys can see right now how dense the bay is of these boats. The boats in red, there is an imaginary line through the middle of Liberty Bay where Kitsap County Marine Division operates in. I've already contacted these boats and have these ready to go to tag in case they need us to. I've been instructed by DNR, Mr. Jerry Farmer, to slow down, if you will, and let the 12 to 13 boats take its due process before they come in and get rid of them. I don't have a photo of this, but a lot of these boats that have already been tagged, some of them literally have full ecosystems on the hulls. They have overgrowth on their anchor lines. They're clearly derelict. This boat right here in black was sitting out in the bay for approximately 2 to 3 years, eventually took on water and sunk. So I'm sure we all understand the ecological impact that has with gas still in the lines, waste still in the tanks, and now that boat's underwater leaking.
Is that the one that we voted on during consent agenda to remove?
Yes, that is correct. So I just wanted to show you guys what we've been working on. Here's kind of a snippet of what my project looks like. So if Sergeant Houseberg were to come in here, he can click on any of these boats or simply get on his phone and open up this project. And these boats are accurately pinpointed through GPS. And then all these boats have multiple photos. So we can see the contents on the boats, if any contents has been moved. If it looks the same, it helps us better identify whether the boat is in fact derelict and or abandoned. So hopefully soon. Right now we're kind of in a waiting period, but towards the end of the summer, we should have a lot less of these place markers, and the only place markers would be on this presentation are folks that are coming in visiting Poulsbo. And those would be the boats that are in blue. And boats in blue have been here for approximately 2 weeks or so. They do have their 30 days. They're able to anchor out for 30 days according to the Washington Administration Code. If they happen to stay anchored out longer than 30 days, then law enforcement action can be taken. But for the most part, all the boats in yellow, there's absolutely no one on them. There hasn't been anyone on them. So we fully expect no one to appeal that process through DNR, which will allow us to get these boats out of here.
How has the action we got from the legislature last year assisted you in the department of being able to take this level of vigilance and activity?
It's definitely mainstreamed the process. One piece of legislation that passed is if a boat hasn't renewed the registration in more than 2 annual periods, 2 years, then it is in fact considered abandoned or derelict, which allows us to mainstream straight through posting. And then that boat is also posted on DNR's website, which is what they need to do legally. And then it just allows us to get these boats out of here and or ping the registered owner and letting them know that here in Poulsbo we are taking action or plan on taking action. We'd love to have you, but no longer than 30 days at a time for a total of 90 days out of the year. So, or do not come up here and leave your boat for us to store. So
this is great work, and I know the residents, the population, the boaters so appreciate this, who are adhering to the law. And so do our tribal neighbors, the Suquamish. Very much appreciate your efforts, officers. Rick, and then Doug Tabor.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of like Ed mentioned about the change in the law is, and if you don't know or don't want to say, it's fine. But I mean, is DNR saying slow down because they weren't prepared for us to act on the fact that the law changed, and you all are much more energetic than they were prepared for, or I don't know, they weren't staffed properly to support the law, funded. I mean, I'm guessing the law is part of why they're saying, "Whoa, hang on." And I don't feel bad for them for it. I'll just say that.
No, not to, I mean, I've already built a pretty good relationship with Jerry Farmer, who is the person that we contact through this process. Not to boast, I feel like he's asking to slow down because I don't think he was personally ready for the amount of boats that we'd be taking action on. Mr. Farmer has been out in our bay quite a few times, not just with us, but also with Kitsap County. So he's had previous information on how dense or the magnitude of the problem that we have. I just don't think he was really prepared for us to hit the ground running. So that would be my answer for that.
Well, we proposed it, so they should have been prepared. But I saw on the future agenda, we have a derelict vessel program presentation come back on the 12th. I wasn't sure what the difference between the two was.
That one will actually be by Brittany Gordon, who is a staff person at the county that's been specifically helping to coordinate the interjurisdictional group of which our folks actually participate as well. So it's going to take this, but it will have a little bit of a different slice as well.
Okay. What I was going to say is, since we have another presentation coming, if it's appropriate to that, and if there is other legislative changes that would take this further that you all would like us to see, I know there's more, we can always do more. This was a quick first step. Let us know. We got a lot of support for this. We got support from other cities that were not even local. I've been talking to a city council member on Mercer Island about this ever since we started. So it spread quickly. And so I think if we were to push more realistic and reasonable changes in this area, I think we would have success again. So let us know.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, and thanks for having me out on the boat along last month. Or it's 2 months now, geez. And I want to commend the council. I think we started the Marine unit back up 3 years ago, and the fact that the density and the magnitude of the problem is being combated, good timing. And for them, for our Marine unit to get speed and to build up a full-time summer position, I think was really good timing. So, and then I wanted to tie in exactly to what you were saying in reference. I don't think we need to go this far, but thinking about municipal codes that could help, if we come back this time next year and the problem is getting worse, hopefully not. The city of Seattle bans all anchors and overnight day use is permitted only, and 4th of July is open for anchorage. So things like that to consider around. I think it's not needed right now. We're doing good work right now, and we have a lot of, I think, some other options. So if you guys see any of your other compatriots out there, Marine units that have other municipal codes and things like that are helping them, that are maybe in between those, banning all anchorage, but just something to keep our ears to the ground while this unfolds over the next 12 to 24 months.
I'm particularly thinking of, a moderate increase in the fee that goes into the derelict vessel fund. Because I think, remember, we presented it's only $6 per boat when you register it, regardless of the size of the boat. So, if the RCW could be increased, even if it's just slightly doubled, if it's several hundred feet long, I don't know.
$1 a foot.
It doesn't even have to be that dramatic, but if it's just, let's just get a little bit more money into the fund, that if it gets us able to get rid of one more boat that year, $6 per boat, regardless of size, just doesn't seem to address the problem. Not when we have the Puget Sound. It's huge. So things like that, if we can always ask, doesn't mean it's going to go anywhere, but we can ask, and we can attempt to rally others to support us. So.
One last quick update is we have 2 other officers that are going to Marine school next week. So we're going to increase they'll pass. They're good guys. And so we'll have 2 more officers that are able to get out on the water as well.
Jeff and Dave, great job. Lee, we appreciate the expansion, the Marine unit being reactivated after those years when Dave came on board. And I know he had the experience out in Douglas or Kittitas County. This is just tremendous work. Hopefully the word gets out in the transient boating community that this is not such a safe harbor, that there's more to be considered than weather and access to services on the land. So this is great. Alas, I know I did that boat along when Dave got going. Joe, are you welcoming council to do a boat along versus a ride along? How does that work?
Yes, sir. I highly encourage it. It's always a great time. There's always something to learn out there on the water, not just with what we do, but with Liberty Bay in general. So I will be out all summer. If there's anyone that would like to do a boat along, we're more than happy to facilitate that. The only time that we will be unavailable is next week when the guys are down in Olympia with the boat. So
Great, all together. Doug?
Yeah, no, I'll figure out a time. And thanks again for your support on Memorial Day.
yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
And I'll ask, is Doug Newell still with us? Did he have any? Mr. Newell, any remarks or thoughts hearing this program? You yourself are quite the sailor and boater.
Now, as I sit here at anchor in Prevost Harbor off of Stewart Island, I appreciate the efforts to encourage people to take wise use of our resources and be good boaters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, officers. Appreciate it very much.
And now, Doug, you know to move stuff around on the deck so that the officers know you're still there.
We're done if you don't want to do it.
So we're going to get into the financial component of our workshop agenda. The first item, staffed by our finance director, Debbie Boer, will be the quarterly financial update. And welcome again, Debbie.
Great, thank you. This is the best part of the evening. Where are you guys going? This is the best part of the evening. Just teasing. I'm just teasing. This is a really long part of the evening. Go ahead. Sorry, I couldn't help it. So there is a lot of information that we're going to cover tonight. And so the first thing is we're going to review all of our quarterly variance and revenues and expenditures. And if you noticed in your packet, it looks much different than what we've presented before. So the first thing I want to review is our sales tax, and we're trying to give this to you every month. And what this represents is the monies that we have collected for April activity, which actually the city receives in June. And as you know, the state revenues are 2 months behind. So it is amazing to me as I hear from all of our neighbors that so many of them are seeing declines, and we still are about 1.4% above where we were last year. And year to date, we are 6.4% above that. So Poulsbo is still very strong economically, which is a good thing. I will say is when we went through the recession last time, we stayed above everybody for a while. We were the last one in, but we are also the first one out. So it's good with conservatism. Looking at where we should be at the budget, just at the months, we should be at about 33%. We're slightly lower than that. Oh, as I'm not sharing, that would probably be helpful, wouldn't it? Sorry, thank you. I can see it just fine. Here's the share. There you go. Okay. Got it. Thank you. So as you can see, again, we're up 6.4% for year to date. We're up about 1.4%. These are some of the lower months of the year that would have ranked over the last 5 years. So this month will be 9th. We've already passed the 11th and 12th, and those will adjust again as the other months may bring in more activity. But as of right now, that's where it sits. We should be at about 33% in where a budget if you just take the months divided by the year, and we're about 32.75%. It does not worry me because some of our heavier, the larger months are coming up still. So this is year to date and it takes 12 months of activity. So I'm going back to April of last year and going forward. So you can see the biggest increase is in our retail trade. And so that's pretty amazing that our retail trade is going up, and also our construction. I think you've seen all of the construction going on. I think you will see that number continue to grow. As I said, is when we build the perk, that we are funding our own sales tax. We pay sales tax on it as a user, and so that will help continue construction. We have a lot of housing developments going on, and they're feeding that. Just so you know, utility projects also are taxable. What are not taxable, the road projects. So when you see the Knoll Road and transportation products, those are not sales taxable. So the retail trade. And then if we break it down into categories, so right now we're about $232,000 over where we were last year at this time. So it is significant. It's shocking to me, actually. So if we look at the trend, you can see that right here we're above where we should be. All the blue is representing 2000 and actually 26. These labels are off. And so you can see that we are trending, close to that and coming up higher every month for that. As you can see, our retail trade this year is about 51% compared to 50% last year. Construction is about 17% compared to construction last year. And when we get down into the breakdown of retail trade down below, you can see that general merchandise a little bit lower, but what this graph really represents to me is Poulsbo is very well diversified, not dependent on one industry. And I kind of sound like a broken record on that, but you guys have done a very good job of developing certain areas of the city and diversifying and not becoming dependent on one industry. So that's very encouraging. Building materials, even though it's a little less than last year, they're still pretty comparable to the prior years.
We had unabated building and permit activity right through the winter months, corresponding, I think, with mild weather, but also just the momentum.
Yeah, and you can see it, the workload associated with those. You can see it all around the city. So
I think it's notable too that food and beverage hasn't changed. That's where we hear a lot of people talk about, not spending.
yeah.
And it hasn't gone up, but it also hasn't gone down. So, and I'm sure that's, so, I mean, we're maintaining, and that, whereas, like you said, a lot of our neighbors are not. So
Accommodation and food services, you can see is up this year. The 12 months of activity is about 700,000, and last year the 12 months were about 688,000. So slightly up, but pretty consistent with the prior year. So that's great. And that's our sales tax. And then looking at also an indicator which we track every month is our real estate excise tax, or referred to as REIT. And so this is very transactional based. So the ups and downs above each month really don't tell me a lot, because it's just every transaction and every generation. But what it does show me is right now is based on the number of months we're in, we should be at about 42% of our budget, and we are at 60%. So I feel comfortable, and we are very conservative in these projection numbers. I do want to point that out. These numbers can only be used, they're spelled out on our city improvement plan or capital improvement plan. And so we're conservative with those because we're not going to be using those to supplement the general fund. It has to be for capital projects related to the RCWs that allow those costs, and they have to be on our city improvement plan. So year to date, you can see if we look at the 4 months, we're still above those, actually 5 months, 416,000 for 4 months or 5 months this year, and about 336 at this time. But when you go back in the years, we're still pretty consistent with 24. 23 was a little bit lower, but again, these are all transactional based. So it's just kind of give us an indicator. Year to date is where we want to end up, and I feel comfortable with meeting that budget projection. And the good news is anything we come over budget sits in our reserves and will help fund some of those capital projects and some of those increases in those capital costs. Now moving on to looking at our budget to actuals, and this is through June. I will say is we still had a couple things to close out for June, but it's pretty close to bringing the June figures. But also taking into account, this is based on cash activity other than we project 2 months of sales tax revenue to make those consistent. So if you see our revenue projection, and this is a good measure too, because we do have our property taxes coming in, half of the chunk in May. So those are very good indicators. So looking at the general fund, we have a total budget of about $26 million. That does include your beginning balance of almost $8 million. So you'll never see your actual coming up on those categories. But if you look at each one of those, and what I do want to point out too as well is these I put out the last couple months, these reports are directly out of our accounting system. So it is live data. We post data every day. And I can generate these instantaneously within about 10 minutes. And so Rob and I, the city administrator, have been reviewing these, and we think these they don't have all the pretty drafts and colors, but we can get accurate data without waiting to develop all those Excel spreadsheets that we brought before in the past. So we bring these directly out of the system. So what you're looking at is these are summaries. Below each one of these are individual lines that make up all of those taxes. And right now this is, I'm looking at the general fund. And so you can see up here, it will tell you your general fund, and then we're totaling it by each one of these categories. So taxes, license, permits, intergovernmental revenue is your grants. And then charges for service are made for items that we charge unto people, made up a lot of your recreation programs, as well as some of your permitting and planning fees that we collect. Fines and forfeitures, this is where we are collecting ticket revenue, as well as the camera revenue is going into that. So you'll see if you compare this to other years, it has a much higher projection and actual revenue number. And miscellaneous, a lot of this miscellaneous category is made up of investment earnings. So if that helps clarify what some of these categories are. So the first column is our annual budget, and the period receipts. This will tell you what we just collected in the month of June. We will never have anything in receivables. So that just is a column that the system generates. And year to date is our actual revenue collected. When you look at available balance, what that amount is that takes your budget less your actual receipts, and that is the amount of money that we are anticipated to collect through the rest of the year to get to that full budget figure. And if you look at your year to date over here, these are the percentages of that budget to revenue that we're collecting. So for taxes, we collected about 48% of our projection. And that doesn't bother me again, because we have several taxes like our utility taxes and other items that will come in quarterly. Some of our state taxes come in quarterly and the following month. So we are doing very well to be at 48%. I have no qualms in meeting that, at least at 50%. Licenses and permits, we're about 65, almost 66%. Our grants, those are very hard to equate. Right now it looks really good, but those are all transactional based. And so you will only collect the revenue most of the time when you do the grant. What it also does include is your quarterly state shared revenues, such as your liquor excise tax and your liquor profits, and then some other smaller amounts. And those are, again, a couple of those are received quarterly. So those send off those percentages a little bit. And any of these that we can get into more detail, I could always expand the detail on this, but I just summarized it at a big picture level for now. And then charges for services, we're above where we projected. A lot of the recreation programs are starting to collect for the summer programs, so those are coming in early. We also have seen, as Mayor Stern indicated, some of our permitting revenue growing, and some of those items are in there. And fines and forfeitures, a lot of that is your camera revenue, and we've been conservative with our estimates because we're just trending and seeing where we're at. And so we're at about 81% of that budget. And miscellaneous, these are our investment earnings. And so right now that's a little bit lower than anticipated. But I think a lot of it is because we have the unrealized investment earnings, and we're not booking some of those investments until your investment matures. So we have investments maturing every month, and we input that. And so, and we're pretty conservative in our estimates, so we'll be trending just fine, but we'll continue to watch that. We have a lot of money right now in, as we get to a balance sheet, I'll show you what we have in our investments. Then if you look at this, I'm not going to go through each one of the funds because most of our focus is on general fund. But if you look at this, it has the revenues for every fund. So if we go here, this is our city street fund. That's your street operating fund. Your street sweeping, your street lights, your signal lights, that's all the activity, your roadside cleanup for all of those items. So each fund of these will have their own budget. And if anybody wants to go through it and go in more detail, I'd be happy to. So Fund 123, this is your traffic impact fees. And so these are all defined in your budget, what they are as well. But if anybody ever wants more clarification, I'd be happy to provide that. And as you note these as you're going forward, we've talked about these before, but a help reminder. So anything that starts with the 1 in the fund name is a special revenue fund. And as we go down, anything that starts with a 2 is our debt service funds. And these are all defined by our state accounting manual. So that's why they are starting in those figures. And anything starting with 3 here is your capital. Any purchase, any capital projects, they will all have a capital fund. And you'll see it's the equipment acquisition fund. We have our park reserve fund. That's where you're funding your park projects. Other than I will say the perk is being funded out of the facilities fund. So you'll see a very large budget in that. 310, this is neighborhood streets. As Mike talked about his neighborhood streets program, even though it seems like we were spending a lot of money on these repayments, they are considered maintenance because they are not new capital. They are maintaining the road to last the life that we had planned for that road. So you might have a 30-year road and you may be doing a chip seal at 10 years. And so it's considered a maintenance program. It's just all these fun accounting rules. The street reserve is your transportation capital fund for your street projects. That's where you're seeing your Knoll Road. And I will remind you too, is all of your carryover budget has been posted. So this should be up to date with everything we have in there at this point. And then when we get down facilities fund, that's the large one. So this huge $18 million, that is the revenues that we brought in for bond proceeds for the Nordic cottages as well as the perk. And then, yes, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was trying to understand the affordable housing fund, and you just mentioned the Nordic cottages. So I think that's where I'm a little confused with the affordable housing fund.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, that's a good question. I appreciate the clarification. So this Fund 125 is your affordable housing fund. That is where we were collecting the special revenues, restricted revenues that's bringing in our sales tax related to it. This is strictly an operational fund. And so since the Nordic cottages are a capital project, we have to record that in the capital funds, the ones that start with the 300. So yeah, so we can transfer out of this fund to the capital fund. But this is recording the ongoing operations. So part of your recovery center is coded in here. Some of the programs we're running to operate the Nordic cottages are in here, but just not the capital of building those cottages. Does that help?
Yes.
Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. It's good to help clarify. And these are much different than we've seen before. So any clarification I would appreciate. And so this is all of our revenues. And then just pointing out, as soon as we get to our 400 funds, these are our water and all of our enterprise funds. So we have a separate fund for our water utilities, a separate fund for our sewer utilities, and a separate fund for solid waste, as well as our storm drain. And those are all supported. Your revenues should be supporting your expenditures. Those are run as what they refer to as a business type fund or an enterprise fund. So that is the revenues that you have, and it runs through all of these. The funds at the end are funds that we're creating internal to help our accounting. Agency funds are just pass-through funds that we send to somebody else. And when you talk about that permanent beautification fund, that is the 701 Bernice Borgen Fund. Then when we go to expenditures, so this is the expenditures. Again, and what we've done with this is here is your general fund. And this is sorted and separated by departments and then the functions within each department. So right here is your legislative fund. So that is the council fund, basically legislative body. And so again, you can see your budget, the period expenditure, encumbrances. If you see anything in there, what encumbrances are is we have obligated ourselves with a contract. So it's letting us know that we have contractually obligated ourselves. You'll see those much more in the capital funds. And it's letting you know that we have obligated ourselves with the project. It's not in your expenses yet, but you will have the expenses as we pay that contract. And then we have the year-to-date expenditures. And again, the available balance is the difference between your budget and your year-to-date expenditures. And over here would represent the percentage of the budget that you have expended. So each of these, you can see the department executive office that covers 2 items. That covers the mayor's budget as well as the city administrator budget. And these are summarized in each, and then we get down to the finance department, which is here. And so you can see here's the finance department, but what the finance department also does is it manages the budget for the state audit. So you'll see auditing, we manage the budget. So anything that the finance department is in charge of controlling or managing falls under that. And hopefully these titles should help you. One item that sounds a little bit different is called central store, central services. And that is like a centralized expenditure that we manage and we pay bills that cover the entire cost of governmental operations. So for instance, when we pay the telephone bill for the city, it goes there. When we pay the software that supports their financial software, it's in your central services. It pays for the heating bill for the city hall. So those are what make up the central store items. And then again, we get to the clerk's department. Equipment acquisition is where we're purchasing laptops and computers for departments. So each one of those are broken down. And if you go to the bottom line of the general fund budget, you can see the total general fund budget is $20,627,764, to be exact. And so then we have expended, as of June, $9,528,801.17. How's that? And so that is about 46% of the budget. So that's good news, because if we look at June, we should be approximately 50% of those expenditures. And so on the expenditure side, it's good when you have a lower percentage. And on the revenue side, it's good when you have a higher percentage. So that every one of these reports will total by your fund. And then we break it out by department. So if you go on, it's now you've got your city street fund. So you have your expenditures. We're hoping with new software, because this is a problem with the software, is anytime you want to see the revenues and the expenditures tied to one fund, the software does not produce those reports. So that's what we're looking at for improvements with the new software, is we're going to be able to see the revenues for a specific fund and the expenditures for a certain fund, because this report does not do it. You'd have to take each page and make the difference up. Then what also is included in your packet is because I really want you to see what our cash balances are. So this is a 1-page report, and this is all of the governmental funds only. So this is our general ledger, and when it says less than $399, that's how I'm sorting the report. So you can see for consolidated cash for all of our governmental funds, we have about $4.5 million. Which is good, because that means we're maintaining our financial management policies and staying in compliance with that. In our investments, you can see we have $21,696,000. That contains our amount that we have at the state under our LGIP, the pool of operating that the state operates, as well as our core that we have asset management. You'll see investments in bonds. That is what we're doing, is we're separating our bond proceeds that we brought in, because in order to track what they continue arbitrage, we move those over as we do those expenses against it. So we'll leave those in investment. It's earning interest separately and then tracked separately for all of our accounting purposes. So you'll see up here is all of our assets for governmental, and you'll see the investment earnings, our accounts receivable, all of these items. And then we come down here, and not forgetting that we have liabilities we have to pay for. And if you see this negative here, that means one of our funds has a negative cash balance, and we adjust that at the end of the month, where we move money around within our LGIP to cover those. But that's why you see a credit on there. So here is all of our payables, things that we owe to other people and we will have to pay. And those are liabilities. And then we come down here, and here's our fund balance. And this is how we're separating the fund balance. So some of the fund balance, about $8.6 million of that fund balance is restricted. And that means the revenues coming in are usually through your special revenue fund, restricted for certain uses by state law. It's not restricted because we've done it. And then we come down, so you can see all of these restricted fund balance. Those have RCWs and laws restricting the use of those. And then we come down here and these are assigned fund balances. And this is what council has said we want to assign for specific purposes. And so legal reserves, we have about 225,000 in it. And then we still have funds in our leave cash out. And I will say is we do have to do a journal entry and correct some of these entries with the year-end entries now that we've closed our books for the year. So the best thing you want to see as an accountant is you have a balance of debits and credits and they equal each other. So that's a good thing. So those are all the governmental funds. And then because we see so much cash in our bank and so much cash in our investment pool, a lot of it is your proprietary funds. And those funds are actually owned by your ratepayers. So that's why I wanted to separate out, because a lot of our investment sitting in our pool is made up from our utility funds. So you can see there's cash about 2.9 million among the four utilities, and we have about $34 million invested in investment. And that seems like a lot, but keep in mind a lot of that is sewer, and we're getting bills from the county. We just received a $2 million bill today. So those will be utilized, and we try to manage our portfolio anticipating those payables coming out. But I wanted to show you, here's our receivables and here's our cash and investments. And I think it's very important that you see what our cash balances are. I will say our cash book is reconciled every month. So we do that. It's reconciled by our senior accountant, Jenna, and then I sign off as a finance director to make sure and review it that it meets that. So that's very important to the auditors as well as it should be important to you that we're balancing our cash. We have internal controls. So, and you can see it's pretty little payables for accounts payable. Those are items that went in to the accounts payable system and have yet to issue checks. And the reason also why I wanted to separate out the business type funds from the governmental funds is because you'll notice this fund balance here, $125 million. That $125 million in business type funds represents all of the infrastructure that is tied to your business accounts. Governmental accounting under this report does not record your assets as part of your balance sheet. We do in our financial statement we produce at the end of the year. It's our annual comprehensive financial report, and that's all part of our year-end closing. But on these reports, it doesn't represent in the governmental funds, but that's why I wanted to run these separate so it didn't kind of put this big picture on governmental funds compared to proprietary funds or enterprise funds. So those are the reports that came out of the system. I would love for you to look at them and give feedback because these we can generate almost instantaneously. And I'm hoping that as we keep seeing them, they get easier to understand and read. I live by these reports almost daily. So, or at least monthly, weekly, whatever we do. So, yes.
Doug Tabor.
Great work, Deb.
Oh, thanks.
I can't believe everyone didn't rush in for this.
I know. I'm so surprised.
Thank
you.
You should be selling tickets to this, Deb.
Oh, look, leaking back.
I have I have some just some general points for council related to this, and let me know if I'm off based on any of it.
Okay.
Regional inflation's at 4.5%. So anything that is not growing higher than 4.5% has a real growth of 0 or a nominal growth. So the three worst areas I wanted to check on: utilities sales tax, which was down 63%. Did you mention that? Why that? I know that's not a large.
Yes. No.
burst, but-
No. I love the fresh eyes to see it. So that's awesome. Why it's down is we post the internal utility taxes. We do it so it should be reflected the city's taxes. However, companies such as PSC or the phone companies, a lot of those pay quarterly. So they will come in July. And Cascade Natural Gas. So a lot of those will come in quarterly and they won't be reflected in this. However, it does incorporate the city's utility tax. And we continue to watch those. Telephone tax is really hard to predict. It keeps going up and down every year. And so I'm trying to track it. But for the most part, the others are staying pretty stable. And I would say is, I think we noticed last year at year end, our electricity tax, everybody's noticing their higher electricity bills that generates more tax. So I think we're going to meet that or exceed that.
And then real estate down 9%, and then the whole wholesaling down 6%. And again, add 4.5 to those, and that's the real growth. So they're actually further negative in terms of activity.
So I have to ask, where are you seeing those? Because this is.
The on for the first thing.
Here?
2026.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that how yeah.
Oh, so this is only sales tax.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I should have started with that, but
that's
that's the sales tax is economic activity in the city.
Oh, so you were looking at the categories because I went to
Not the utilities fund.
Yeah.
No, if it was the utility fund was going down 63%, I'd be much more concerned.
Absolutely.
Then the sales tax is very
Yeah,
small.
and some of these
It's only $10,000. by the
and
way.
some of these categories are hard because they might have a one-time transaction. And I got to
Okay.
be honest, it might be down, but I'm looking at it's 2,500 compared to 6,800. I get more concerned the construction, the retail trade, those
Yes.
items concern me the most
That-
that I kind of focus on.
That was my next point is the risk of the sales tax is retail plus food services plus construction is 75% of our total sales tax revenue, which totals about 4.5 million. And if we see just the volatility involved with sales tax when there's economic slowdown, it's typical to see 10% reduction. So that would be about a 500K reduction in our sales tax into our general fund. And I'm just curious, just want council to be aware of that. I'm curious of what we would do if we saw a 10% reduction, let's say next year.
Oh, I'd be meeting with Rob right away. And we'd be meeting with the mayor and saying, we're seeing an issue. How would you like to address it? The very good news is I didn't have time to get this out before today, but I'm going to pass these around and I'll save one for the city clerk. I'm sorry, let me push it up there for you. What we really wanted to do too is kind of focus on what the will this continue to share? No. Okay, so I got to stop sharing and reshare again. Share. So yeah, so we monitor the sales tax because it is our largest part of our budget. We monitor that very closely. And if we saw a decline in that, we'd have a conversation. But the good news is when we look at our fund balance, that's why it's very good that we have a healthy fund balance because we have time to adjust if need be. And we would obviously come back after we have our own meeting of the minds. We come back to council and ask for some direction after providing some of our suggestions. So what we really wanted to do is give you an outlook where we see we're going to be in 26. I will say I pretty much had to compare 25 and 26 because we've had so many different revenue changes in 25 that it's hard to look back. We brought in the B&O tax. We brought in, and to go back any farther than 25, we have the parking. Well, we don't have much parking revenue, but that will change. But we have the camera revenue. So those are hard to throw into the whole picture. So looking at the budget to actuals through June of 26, I did update the numbers a couple on the slide following, but I don't think I captured this one. So looking at the general fund, which is where we focus, because that is where most of our dollars really are the challenged, right? They're the most susceptible to the change. So we have budgeted $18 million in revenue and actual revenue through June. This will be a little different than the next slide just because we had some entries come in after. So the actual revenue was about 9.5 million. They're pretty close percentage wise. So really we're at about 51% of our revenue. So we are trending higher, and especially if you look at the sales tax where we're trending about 6% higher. And our expenditures are at 47%. So we're trending a little bit lower than where we would be. The net use of reserves really at this point is about $131,000. It's pretty minimal. This one is, I just updated today, so I apologize that the other chart may be slightly off because we had some entries come in on Friday. So this is looking at 25 actual revenues by month in the general fund versus actual revenues in 26. And so as you can see, where we're at compared to 25, we're about 4.7% higher when we were last year at this time. And if we look at expenditures in the same picture, we're about 6.5% below where we were last year. Now, we know there's some anomalies and we continue to monitor it, and we will continue to monitor it. And these are, all preliminary figures that we continue to monitor through, but this shows us that we're doing well. And so the next slide is, so again, the revenue is about 4% higher, expenditures about 6%. And if the trend continues, what we projected use of reserves is about $2.1 million, right? That's how we built the budget. So looking at how the trend is, and I'm still being conservative, I still think it's going to come less than the 1 million, but I just wanted to be super cautious. You know me. I think we will use much less than even 1 million of our reserves to get through the year. So I feel that if we continue with the same path, that's good news. And that helps us alleviate any troubles that we may see coming that we can catch because we have a healthy reserve. And so we plan to use reserves. We have a good reserve balance that can cover it, and we're going to use less than we planned. So looking at the end of the year, so that will help us going forward with budget projections. It also is we have some large costs coming up that we're going to have to account for next year, and that will help us and will help us grow into those revenues. You know, we're going to have dollars to support the opening of the perk. We are at the time now that we are going to have to replace a large number of police vehicles. So how are we going to do that? We have some software costs. The ERP solution, the court's going to have some costs. These are not want to do's. These are have to do's.
The perk isn't just a one-time cost, there's operational cost?
Yeah, I know. Can you imagine we build a building and we have to mow the grass and clean the restrooms? That's just unheard of, you know? So once you build a new house, you don't need a housekeeper, right?
And Public Works building as well, right?
Absolutely. And also as our Public Works Administrator, our director, sorry, pointed out too, is we are talking about solid waste. General fund is going to have to absorb some of that loss from doing a solid waste because the indirect allocation is going to hit some of our governmental funds. So those are the things at the back of my mind, and I think it's the back of the mayor's mind as well as our city administrator's minds of we need to fund these first, and how are we going to fund these, and are these revenues growing to support that before we start thinking about maybe new programs and new things. So I wanted to give you an idea of where we think we're starting at as we're just getting into the budget process going forward. So if there's any questions, yes.
I'm not sure as a whole council if we've talked about that impact yet. If you want to go over that a little more, but so basically would solid waste, if we divest of solid waste, the impact on the general fund, if you just want to.
Correct. So what happens is we have what they call an indirect allocation formula. And what that does is that says all of our government funds are doing this much work that you could go and hire an outside accounting firm, an outside firm to support all of the operations of the enterprise fund. You know, some of those, the public works admin comes out of the general fund. And we take all those dollars and we say, this is what it's cost for us to provide services for your enterprise funds to operate. And when we do investments, we charge the utility funds, or all of the funds an investment fee. And so when we get rid of solid waste, they actually take a lot of administrative work. And so they were picking up a bulk of the formula that we were passing on as an expense to that fund. And so we're not going to be able to collect all that, which means you take that pie and you separate it out among all the functions that Public Works does. Well, Public Works does a lot of governmental functions, your streets, your parks. They maintain this building. So all of those maintenance operations, your cemetery, all of those funds now are going to be absorbing more of that formula because unfortunately, if we eliminate the service, we still have the same type of services in City Hall that we have to do. We're just taking out a small portion of it. So we are trying to develop it. Diane is working really hard and continue to work if we choose to go that way on how we can mitigate that. And so what it means is it probably is going to be a hit to the general fund for paying for more of those services, if that makes sense. Does that help? Okay. In my mind, it makes sense, but I'm not. So. Okay, so that's what we mean is we're going to have to absorb some of those items. So we're hoping to capture some of it. The solid waste pays 6% utility tax, whereas all of our other city utilities pay 12%. But we haven't been able to raise that because the solid waste fund couldn't afford that. So we look at those options.
And because we're not our own trash collectors anymore, the city will have a bill that we'll have to pay for our own trash that we used to just handle ourselves, which then got billed back. And so we're going to have expenses that we didn't have, as well as that mitigation cost that's going to switch. So it's Diane brought that concern up before, and we talked about it in the ad hoc, but it was just, it is a pretty significant number, and she's working it, but we have to think about it.
Yeah, no, it's a very complicated formula. And so that's, yeah. So thank you for pointing that out.
Tabor, just, is there like a a date when we will have that projection more clear about how much the general fund will be hit over like 4 or 5 years when we're doing that transition?
Yes, we're working with that, and that's part of the consultant helping us. And so Diane has been working with all of the departments who are being affected. It's a very, she's leading a great project, but she's also asking for input for all of us for all of our days. Because, you know, as much as we try, I'm sure there's going to be something that we don't think about. And that's just, unfortunately, that's the way sometimes it works. So, but yes,
Thank you.
we're trying to make it a very much a team effort and take that into account.
Team.
Deb, I'm still playing a little catch up here.
Mhm.
So this hit to the general fund, this is just for the transition, or this is like an ongoing hit?
It's ongoing. Mhm.
All the
Continual. And that's what we have to make sure when we're building a budget, look at what the ongoing costs are, look at really reserves. We have a financial policy that says we should not be hitting our fund balance unless it's one-time
Or-
expenditures or you grow into the revenues to support it, right?
Or we could bring down housing prices by allowing people to burn trash in their front yards.
That's being recorded,
Hey, I'm
Doug.
Michael told me to think outside the box, okay? Think outside the trash box. Okay, I was joking.
Oh,
for the
no, that's
record.
okay.
Yes.
On a
It's
more
like-
serious note, do remember to our ratepayers, our fellow citizens, us, without our city council hats on, we had some of the highest solid waste rates in the county. And so we have a responsibility to our public to be in alignment and justify that. So we're just taking a very unique lens with what Debbie's saying, but if we step back and take the larger lens, we have a responsibility to manage this effectively.
The way they made me understand it is in an 8-hour day, if an hour of Deb's department's time is spent on solid waste now and it gets reimbursed going forward, that hour isn't going to be spent on solid waste, but we're still going to have the same number of people doing work. Now that cost has to get covered. And then it's up to them to figure out the suggestion to us to approve. How do we handle that? Is it mean attrition? Is it, it's not like there's not work to do. So it's not like we're gonna be like, oh, we can just slash staff. Like it's just now it's portioning it differently, but there used to be a reimbursement factor that partly will be gone. And again, there'll be costs that we didn't use that. When Mike sent people out to clean up after the volunteers cleaned up at a park, that was internal. Now we're gonna pay somebody to haul it away. So it's a shifting of money, but in the end, it's a hit.
To me, though, it still seems like at some point it's going to start to balance a little bit, right? Because yes, staff is still working. They're not getting reimbursed from the dedicated fund, but at some point, are we not necessarily hiring more staff with the kind of natural growth? Right.
So through some of the growth, and I think that's when we adopted the budget last year. If you remember, you approved some new positions, which we weren't filling, but are necessary for our utilities, because as those costs go up, we're going to be charging more money because it's more money to run payroll for them. It's more money, for that. And so as it evens out, so some new positions were approved, but we didn't fill those because we felt through attrition. And so the really important to us was to make sure that the people working in solid waste has a job maintained. And so some of those, so what we're doing is we're trying to be proactive with some of that growth that we anticipated, or through attrition, people retiring, I'm gonna leave someday. You don't want to replace me, right? So I believe Mike has something to add.
Just to touch on what Deb was saying. So right now, currently, we have 4 vacancies at Public Works. We're already short-staffed to start with, and now we have 4 vacancies at Public Works, and we're not filling them until this whole solid waste thing is figured out. Because the last thing I want to do is hire somebody through union negotiations, last hired, first fired. I don't want to have to turn around and fire somebody. So it's challenging.
Yeah. So it's just meaning, so that's hoping we grow into that. Thank you, Mike. Yeah. So that is up on the financial reports, and we'll continue to work, and hopefully this helps get a better picture and a quicker picture of what we need, so that's our goal, is to try and get these out quicker and get something you can use to evaluate, especially as we're going into the budget building season. Okay, now the big discussion. Yes. Oh, that's not good. I might need help with this one. It doesn't want to let me share. Let me see. Well, maybe I'm picking something different. Hold on. Here's Zoom. Share. No, that's within the program itself.
You gotta expand it. Should we do cash? That'll work. Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Brooke. Sorry. A little bit of a brain melt for a second. Sorry. So the question has been posed by council of whether we go to cash basis or stay with accrual basis. And there's definitely some pros and some cons. And so what we GAP is Governmental Accounting Standards Boards. It's full accrual basis. And so we'll get into that a little bit. So it's an important decision make. And honestly is I won't be here for much of it. So you guys need to make a decision as a council and administratively what serves you. And so we're going to try and go through the pros and cons and see what you'd like. What I will say is if you choose to go to cash and then you want to go back to GAP, it's not impossible, but it's really not a great idea. So I will say that. It's better to stay GAP and eventually change to cash if that works. So looking at the discussions point, we did go over this with the mayor's working group and we reviewed the pros and the cons. I reached out to the state auditor's office and a couple of their staff came and talked about it. They're not supposed to have an opinion. They're supposed to present it more of what the pros and the cons are and what you're going to gain and what you're going to lose. I will say is we are accountants and so it's very hard for us. It'll be difficult for me to think on a cash basis. I'll be very honest. But it's just a different way of thinking, and it's also a different way for you guys to think about it as well. We would like to make the decision before purchasing a software. Some things won't be affected, but there's some items we may not purchase because if we're not full accrual basis, we don't need some of those items. And so the goal is to, especially with the new software and on the basis accounting, is to provide the reporting that are usable to you for decision making and also to measure how the city is operating and functioning financially, right? You want to know now where you're at and you want to project where you're going to be in the future, and your history also lends into those projections. So here's the full accrual-based accounting, what the difference is. In accrual-based accounting, it's a method that records the revenues when they are earned and expenses when they are incurred, regardless of when the cash transacts. Cash basis is cash only. The only exception is you have 20 days in January where you may be getting invoices and you post it to the back of the year. But if I had a bill, regardless of the vendor, they may have sent us a bill late for, $10,000 in February for a service, it now goes out of the next year because we're paying it in February and you're not reflecting it in the year that you actually provide those services. So if I ordered, let's just say $10,000 boat, and I didn't pay for it until February, but I got it in the year before, you won't know the cash transacts until I actually paid for it. So those are the differences. In the cash, you will always see what your cash balance is as it is. You will just not see any of your liabilities that you're incurring or possible receivables. And sometimes cash is looking at your checkbook and maybe that's what you want to see, right? So it's kind of a decision. Yes.
And we're currently cash,
We are currently full accrual cases.
full accrual.
Yeah. And I will say the statements that we just go over are pretty much modified accrual. There's a whole difference. Modified is, it includes you're seeing your assets when they're expended. It's a little bit different. But when we produce our statement at the end of the year, it's full accrual basis. I know. Don't you guys want to go back to college and take accounting classes? Come on.
There were two.
So a little bit of history with Poulsbo. So GASB, the Governmental Accounting Standards Boards, they make all the rules of accounting for governments. And this is nationwide. And so that's, and I actually international wide, many international countries. When I was at a conference, we had people from Sweden, from South Africa. So it's really a wide. So in 1999, Gatsby issued a monumental statement, Statement 34. And I'm probably one of the few left that actually remember it, but it was a huge statement that took almost 3 years for governments to implement. And what they did is they said, we want to report all of your assets, and that means all of your roads, all of the pipes under the roads, everything. Infrastructure is on these statements, and it took years to get this done. City of Poulsbo, we were very proactive, and we were actually an early implementer, and we got recognized for Gatsby for doing that. So that was a long time ago, and there's still some lingering stuff for those that some people will still remember. Oh yeah, I remember Gatsby 34. They just issued a new statement that we issued this year. If you went through the audit, you'll hear we implemented Gatsby 103. Is how far they're up in this many years. Gatsby just keeps producing statements, which is another reason many cities are going to cash, because Gatsby is becoming very hard to follow and stay current with them. But we did an early implementer 103, which just was a revision to Gatsby 34 and clarifying it. So the city, we prepare an annual financial report. So you'll hear us refer to it as an ACFR. And we voluntarily, this is not something that we have to do, but we voluntarily submit it to the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, and receive the outstanding reporting. We've received this for several years. I don't even remember. And it took us about 2 years to get our statements up to their standards. So there's extra things in our annual financial statements that really don't need to be there. But I will say is the items that we produce to get to the GFOA award are usually required in our annual debt reporting to Emma. Where it was when we issue debt, we have to put financial statements on the security change admission showing our financial status. So, so we've received this statement since 1999. And recording to Emma, that's the electronic reporting for municipal securities data. We've issued debt, we've put the reports up there for anybody that owns coupons in our debt, wants to invest in it, they can go there and see our financial records. And if you don't report on time, everything has to be up there by August, they can ding you. So,
and there's a timing impact on that as well, right? So where you have to submit it by a certain time, which means our audit has to be done by a certain time.
right.
And the auditors give us
Right. So,
consideration because of that.
yeah. And so you can apply for extension, but at some point they're not going to give you an extension. So you can look at it as a pro or a con. So we have to have our statement signed off by the auditor by June 30th to submit it to GFOA for the certification. What that does is that puts a very strict time crunch on us, because our auditor comes in April and they want everything done by April. So what was nice is when the auditor came out, they actually gave us some ideas on we can set up a policy, which maybe will speed up a little bit of that process. So we're going to look at that to see if that helps us, because realistically, we were waiting for February to end to even start doing most of the transactions to post it and finish it off. So some of the pros of GAAP reporting, they're more comprehensive, they're more sophisticated. Most of the accountants that are out looking at statements to invest in are used to seeing GAAP reporting statements. They improve the ability to evaluate the government's financial position and changes in its net position, because it's not just your cash balance, it's everything there, your receivables, your payables, all of that shows up. You don't produce balance sheets, because those counts don't exist when you're doing cash basis. They're sometimes, again, they're more familiar to external users. And I want to say is I didn't write these. I got these straight off of the auditor's office page in MRSC. So just so you know, I'm not trying to be biased. I actually pulled a resource and used them. Sometimes granting agencies require these. Right now, I don't think any of our granting agencies do, so it's not an immediate impact. They are required to receive. This is one big thing that some of the agencies don't like, is they receive an unqualified opinion on the statements from an auditor. If you go cash basis, you do not get that. And an unqualified opinion means, hey, these statements are good and there's nothing that makes them incorrect, and so it's unqualified. They don't have to issue a statement that says they're out of compliance. So when they say unqualified, it's a confusing word, but it's a good opinion. That's what you want. And usually what we do is we built our ACFR so that we can put that and drag it right up to Emma. So once we're done with the ACFR, we drive it up there. We're not creating extra reports or spreadsheets to get there, and that is required by your bonds. Your by your official statements. And then we submit it to GFOA. So where that is a pro is our auditor knows they have to be in here in April, knows we have to have our statements done and budgeted the actual statements by June 30th. I hear some cities are still finishing up their 24 audits. They haven't even finished their 24 audits. So that forces the timing to get it done in a timely manner instead of waiting for the auditor to show up 2 years later and get all that information. The pros of cash is they're much simpler to read and understand. You look at it, you see what the cash is, you see what the expenses are, and that's what you're going to see. It's a very clear presentation, almost like running your personal checkbook, right? You're going to look at your checkbook and your check register. It's aligned with your budgets. It's a clear presentation of your cash flows as long as you can check because you're seeing your cash when it comes in and when it goes out. And really it's less training for staff. It's reporting at a full accrual basis takes your little bit higher level of accounting or your mindset to get there. And so that's good. And again, we're not waiting 60 days or 2 months for the revenue and expenditure accrual. So we will know as of almost January 20th where our cash sits, right? So I see a question.
Can you, I got a little lost on what it means or why the cash reporting does not receive an unqualified opinion and why that matters.
According to the GASB standards, it's not meeting the GASB standards as far as a full financial report because you don't have your payables, you don't have your assets on the reports, you don't have your liabilities on the reports. And so they're saying what they're doing is they're giving you an opinion and they're saying your cash is right, but these statements aren't complete because they don't have all of this information on it. And so they're saying what we've reviewed, it seems accurate. Your cash is balanced, your expenditure are balanced, but it's missing what you owe. It's missing what you're receiving, and it's missing your assets.
But what I'm trying to understand is, does that mean we just don't get an attaboy, or is there something more consequential beyond that?
It depends on how you want to think about it. You're still shooting for what you want to do is you want to get a clean audit, regardless of an unqualified opinion or qualified opinion. What you don't want is a finding. That's the bad boy. So if you get through an audit without a finding, that's an attaboy. And I will say is findings aren't bad. Sometimes it's just, hey, we did something wrong and we know to fix it. But sometimes findings are serious. That's the kind of the good and the bad. The opinion is sometimes your investors and your debt want to see that unqualified opinion and some of them don't. But when your investors are looking at it, most of the time they're looking at your full financial package. So again, here's some cons of GAAP reporting. Sometimes they're difficult to understand. I will say very honestly that when you look at our statements, for instance, on the on utility funds, and you have all those assets in there, right? You're looking at what is your overall value of that infrastructure and that asset. You're never going to sell the road. You're never going to sell the pipe, but yet we're reporting it as as this is a representative of the city. So are they as usable? Some people would say yes, some people would say no. But I think when somebody asks me what's my favorite form of accounting, it's modified accrual, which can do that. We can't produce we have included in our statements modified statements. We just have to go to the full accrual as well, because then you can recognize your payables and receivables. So I know, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to confuse you and go too much into detail. It's like I'll try and keep it up here. Sorry. So GAAP reporting requires more staff, requires more training. We have to stay on top of that, very much so. We have to read our GASB statements every year. It is more costly for your financial reporting. When we're looking at software, we're looking at a separate module that will help us create those reports. So there's a little bit more cost involved, as well as probably overtime for our staff to be here on weekends creating statements. And you have multiple, you reconcile everything, but there's even more reconciling when you're doing the full accrual basis. So it is very time consuming. I have talked to many cities that have switched to cash and they just go, oh, it's so much easier. We're so done easier. So there is the benefit, and that's a huge benefit.
With that said, of the cities that you talked to, have they gotten dinged? Is there something that have there been findings? Did they happen to share that?
Well, the findings can happen whether you're cash or whether you're GAAP. I mean, findings are you missed an invoice to record, right? Some of those, or maybe you've had fraud. right? And so where you're seeing it is some of the cities I talked to, where it affects you is possibly when you're going out for debt. And that is the one concerning part to me, because we're looking at a $20 million debt for a public works yard. I've talked to our bond counsel. A lot of them didn't have debt, so it didn't affect them.
So I think I may have misunderstood then.
Okay.
So whether it's gap or cash reporting, you can still be vulnerable to a finding. It seems
Absolutely.
like gap is more thorough though. So
Well, actually,
but
in reality,
that's me looking at on the
yeah.
outside.
In reality, gap takes a lot more work and it has a lot more things to look at. So I think you're more subjective to a finding when you're doing gap, to be honest. Yes, because we have to correctly calculate all of our ending fund balances. So they double the workload when there's only certain auditors that can audit to an ACFR, because they have to be trained. And so they're looking at a lot more things. So cash is maybe you didn't record a deposit you should have, but anything there can be fraud when you have fraud. What we're learning now from the auditor is anytime anybody by mistake uses their credit card for personal, we have to report it as fraud to the auditor. I mean, it's just, and that's a state law. Just even a short mistake. I mean, they'll look at it minimally, but those are the rules. Yes.
What it seemed like is, because the one is so more detailed, that opinion lets a debtor look like a possible, look at it and go, okay, they've really been through everything. There's no surprises if I loan you money, kind of thing. Whereas cash had the potential of like, well, you're going to have to replace a bunch of police vehicles here in a year. That doesn't show up anywhere. So like now I'm going to loan you the money, but now next year when you got to replace all these vehicles, maybe you can't afford to pay the bill.
Right.
So it's so much more in depth. Yeah, we can make more mistakes, but it gives somebody more comfortable feeling that we've dotted every I, we've crossed every T.
So what you're not seeing on a cash basis is we have 20 years worth of debt payments. You don't see that anywhere on the statement. So those are the things that you miss. So, and the cons of cash reporting, it's focused on the short term rather than long term. So again, you're not seeing your long-term liabilities. There's less information. I did have examples at our finance working group, and it's basically one statement. Here's your cash, here's your revenues you brought in, here's your expenses, and here's your ending cash, and that's all you see. And again, it's not eligible for the GFO award. However, is that important or not important? I don't know. It does not meet the criteria for Emma, so we'll have to do additional reports, but I've talked to other agencies and the reports are fairly minimal. So it can be done and it will lighten the workload. It will produce a later audit. You will not be on the priority list to get an audit done at a certain time. So again, that's why I hear they're still auditing people from 2024. Wow, I went back there for a long ways, didn't I? So the financial, there's actually probably going to be cost savings if you do cash reporting. We're going to buy software that's not as robust probably, or have some of those modules that we need. Probably won't be spending as much money on overtime as into the preparation of them. So that what again, I mentioned is concern is when we went just through our last bond rating, they gave one of our positive reviews was that we did produce these reports according to an accrual basis. I have, just so you know, I've done a lot of homework on this because based on the desire to hear it, I reached out to our financial advisor and they said, you might see like a downgrade of your rating, which probably would relate in about half a point of interest, which is not that much money. So a 20-year loan is about $150,000 to $7,500 over a year. And that's assuming it only went downgraded one thing. I know they're starting to look at it more. They haven't done that, but that could be an impact. I did talk to, because we've already issued debt that requires us to submit a full accrual statements. So I reached out to our bond counsel and asked, what is the impact? And we'd probably have to put a voluntary statement onto Emma saying, we've changed our basis of accounting, and if any investors wanted us to produce full accrual statements because they've invested, we would have to. I think probably they never would, but just so you know that that's there. But she said you can get through it pretty easily. So it's doable if you want to go to cash. It is doable, but what do you lose and what do you gain? Okay, I'll try and go faster. You guys can, if you guys feel comfortable having your own conversation, I can skip ahead. There's different options too. You can produce our governmental statements on a cash basis. And I've heard from Public Works that they really want to use full accrual because it helps the rate, setting the rates for the future because you're looking at long range. I will say as a finance department, I'm not in favor of producing cash and full accrual statements because now we're subjected to two different audits, one on cash basis, one on the statements, two different statements, two different opinions. So just, I'm really not in favor of that one, but we will do whatever council directs us to. Well, that's what I'm paid for, right? So I'm here to serve at your will, so.
And just how would that affect the software that we buy then if we have to do, if we're doing general fund on one system and utilities on the other?
I think it's okay. I talked to the software we're kind of leaning towards. What I found is they keep saying they'll do cash basis, but they're having to adapt the software because most software is done to accommodate accrual basis. But it's doable. It's totally doable. Everything's doable. So that's what they said is there's little workarounds, but you know what? Nothing's perfect, and we're going to work around a lot of items, just not that item, right? Go ahead.
This is kind of a two-way door question, meaning that if we stay, hypothetically, if we stay accrual, and then later switch to cash, is that scenario easier and better than, let's say we switch and then want to go back to GAAP? So which direction is it? Directionally, is it more easy to go GAAP to cash or cash to GAAP? And I think I know the answer. I just wanted to.
Yes, it is much easier to go from GAAP to cash. It is not easy to go from cash to GAAP because what will happen is if we go to cash basis, we will not be tracking all of our assets that are owned by the governmental funds. And if you have to go back and recapture that, it's hours of work. So when we go cash basis, you might almost want to just continue to maintain your fixed asset system just so you're in a place that you're tracking them. But a lot of people start leaving that off, right? So yeah.
And the reason I asked that is and this might be a question. So that question I knew the answer to. This one I don't as much. If we stay GAAP and take on the new software and get that custom built to meet GAAP, will the software be able to go down to cash more easily?
It's my understanding it can do that.
Yeah.
I think it's just the biggest thing is a different mindset and recognizing is like, oh, we received this trunk in December, but we paid for it in March. Doesn't matter. We're recording it in March. So a little bit of a different mindset. And then, yeah, I don't think it's as difficult to go that way. But what we're doing is we would be purchasing probably additional modules in order to stay accrual than what we would with cash. So it's the cost, but can you cancel those subscriptions later? Probably.
Yeah.
And many cities, I will say is Washington's a little bit of an anomaly because Washington, when they went to GASB 34, wrote their laws to allow for more cash reporting. When I talked to people, a lot of the cash reporting went to agencies that basically had one fund, not multiple funds, but it's growing honestly, because of all these GASB pronouncements. So just about every year I'm hearing of another city converting to cash.
Interesting.
So it's much easier to go from accrual to cash, but not the other way.
The reason I ask is because if we delay this decision or get a new finance director who gets a bee in their bonnet and wants to switch, it's easier to go that direction than back.
So
Exactly.
I would ask that we allow Debbie to finish the presentation. We're approaching 8:20. I think some of these questions will hold. Plus, there's some remarks I would like to make, but out of respect for Debbie and her presentation, I'm not saying anything until she's complete.
And so this is all in your packet too. So there's a lot of words here. So feel free to, just read it later, cut me off and say I've heard enough too. So again, the workload, and these are the other considerations for cash. It's number one, our debt issues, annual transactions. We're gonna have to do if we convert, we're going to have a conversion time. So it's not just where you slip a switch and it goes over, because we pretty much would have to take all of our assets off our statements and remove some of those items. But in the end, it leads to a lot less time in the future spending on those functions. Just to remind you and making you feel comfortable, most of our budgets are prepared on a cash or a modified accrual basis. So it won't change your budgeting functions at all. Those will remain the same. Because we have to plan the cash for those expenditures. And again, less workload for the cash statements to prepare. And they'll get more timely because we're not waiting for those 60 days. We can maybe cut that down. We heard from the auditor ways to set a policy and cut down that 60-day window and get to work on our statements, because really accrual based a lot of estimates. And so I said, well, if the auditor comes in back and says, why isn't this exact? I'm going to call you. And she said, absolutely. So again, proprietary funds, again, these can be prepared cash or GAAP. I've talked to many agencies that are doing, when they're cash, they usually put it all cash. There's like, I think only one city in the state who does their governmental as cash and their proprietary as business type. I would not recommend it. So and they base their utilities on some of this improvements to infrastructure. There's ways around it. There's ways to plan, project, for your long range planning. So primary difference, big of the difference in the statements. There's no management discussion and analysis. And I will say I hate preparing that, so it wouldn't hurt my feelings, but that's okay. It's a section at the beginning of the statement that really summarizes all your financial transactions for the year. And it talks about some of the changes and why the changes. It's a very narrative form of what's happened financially. There's no government-wide station, so you will not have a statement of activity or statement of net position. Those are the government-wide. They look at the whole business. This is the one statement that has all of the assets for your governmental funds, all your liabilities for your government funds, and then you don't. And so then taking those, you eliminate those. You don't have balance sheets when you have cash statements. So you'll just have this one statement that has cash, revenues, and expenditures, and ending cash. Again, no recording of your capital infrastructure, none of your long-term liabilities. And your budget to actuals, they're in our statements right now. And I have to say is not probably many of you actually open our financial statements. So would it impact you? I don't know. I mean, the ACFR, I know investors look at it. Other cities might look at it, but day to day, I prepare it once a year and then I use it the next year as a comparison. So, you won't have that budget to actuals, but we're doing those monthly or quarterly anyhow for council. No statistical tables in the back. There's a lot of statistical tables, and those are, comparing 10 years worth of data for the city. Those all go away, other than what we would have to prepare for our EMA reporting. And I didn't have the attachments here, but if you'd like to see any of these attachments, these are at my office. I gave statements of other agencies that had cash statements and other statements that had accrual basis. And you can also pull that from the state auditor's website if you want to see what they look like. So that's trying to sum it up in a nutshell. That's where we're at. It's a lot. And you just got a full accounting lesson.
So just allow me. Why are we even looking at this? Because I took the initiative after I came off of council and 28 years on this council, keeping in mind the city council's responsibility under state law is our policies translated into priorities, put into a budget. I was concerned, and having spent the majority of that time on the finance committee, such as it existed, that the nearest equivalent I can come up with in a simple metaphor is we spend a lot of time driving our car on the council level, looking at the rear view mirror rather than through the windshield. We are constantly dealing with the lag in reporting for timeliness in considering our policies to determine priorities and work it into a budget in a timely way. I asked myself, why are the majority of cities in the state switching to cash that are making a move away from GAAP? Because of the complexity, because of the additional staff time and requirements. I appreciate Debbie's position. She's been a star for the GFOA and continues to be. A lot of the reporting we're doing depends on the GAAP finance system. But if I look at it strictly from a council perspective, I am wanting to empower, as I said in our retreat in January, this council to be more proactive with clearer understanding of those criteria that will drive policy, priority, and budget. And so we're lagging under gap. We are lagging. We're very dependent on the executive office and staff for feedback. The best illustration is we've been balancing our budget with transfers from reserves every December, only to pay it back largely by June when we get our carry forward, because we're operating in the rearview mirror, trying to understand. And it's limiting to a city council. Also, as we progress through the year, as where we are implementing programs and projects, to understand, are they working the way we intended? Are they tracking? Because again, the information that's being generated by GAP is operating on a lag. And so I initiated this process. It largely drove my desire for a finance working group, though I also understood, because of the complexity of the way GAP generates our budget information with what you saw tonight, it's overwhelming for most council members to really understand what's going on, except to rely on staff or the executive for an interpretation. Yes, occasionally somebody will go in and meet with Debbie, spend an hour or two, roll up their sleeves, but it's inherently not, it's an obtuse process. And that is not Debbie's fault. It's not staff. It's baked into the GAP, the GAP budgetary process. So what I'm putting before the council right now is a decision to streamline, reduce the workload of staff, and provide the council more timely information than GAP provides. Debbie has done yeoman work and has become one of the experts in the state at GAP, to her credit, but it is like running to walk. And what I'd like to do is ask the council to look at a streamlined process that reduces workload in the finance department while providing more timely information for prioritization and planning for budget. So the reason we're going through this is because I asked for it.
Could I request, I don't know if Counselor Newell is still on, but it'd be nice to hear from the ad hoc committee and the discussions you all have been having. And if he's still on, I'd love to, we haven't heard from him in a while. I'd love to hear his impressions and the other members.
Can I just address Mayor Stern's comment, though? First is not advocating one way or another, is when he indicates that we don't know where the budget is in June to make changes, you shouldn't be changing your budget in June. You should be going with the annual plan and then looking at some of those one-time dollars as way to fund other things. And we do make those changes every once in a while. And it does take a while to find out financially where we're at. But to me, is if you've established an annual budget, and I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of turn, but you set an annual budget and it's a plan, and you should stay the plan. And if you're changing the plan, it should be a pretty big discussion and reason why you're changing the plan. Just my opinion and my insight of what I'm seeing from other agencies.
Councilmember Newell.
Yeah, I'm still here. Believe it or not, for some of us, this is a fascinating discussion. However, the hour is late and we have provided a lot of information to consume. Kind of overarching is that accounting and financial statements are tools to enable us to make decisions. And if we can get information to us that allows us to make better decisions and is not time lag. And I guess, Debbie, I find absolutely zero fault in anything you've ever presented to me. The only challenge I see is that we get to a point in the budget cycle where it feels like we need more revenue. And as the mayor mentioned, 6 months later, we determined we don't because we have been budgeting a negative to use reserves about 2 million a year each year I've been on board, and then we don't end up using it. And so how do we get to a point where we can better use the valuable resources our community uses? I think that's part of what started some of these discussions, and I think it's something what the mayor is talking about is how do we do that? The second piece, one of the notes you mentioned there is it might cost us $7,500 a year in increased interest. Maybe if we had several bond issues, that might be 15 or 20,000. My sense is, and Debbie certainly can correct me, but the cost savings to go from gap to or from gap to cash basis more than offsets that amount. And if we were the only ones that had considered this, I would say let's hold the course. But many cities our size are either cash now or went to it in the last 5 or 10 years. I think we owe it to ourselves to try to go, why is that transitioning occurring? I think this is a good foundational brief that we should have additional conversations on before making a decision. But I think it is basically bedrock for what we're supposed to be doing, which is managing the budget, considering what we do with revenue, enabling expenditures to happen so that we can invest in our city and enable the citizens to do what they need to do. So more discussion to follow would be my recommendation.
Thanks, Doug.
Yeah, we've definitely chewed on this a lot and for a while. And I'll be honest, I told Rob this, I told Ed this. I don't have a dog in the fight, quite honestly, whatever system. I really am not deeply invested in either one. What I'm invested in is staff time, and what works best for the staff, produces the reports that works for the council, and doesn't lead to, there's 5 positions on this council up for election next year, and we change it, and then a year after that, 5 new council members say, I don't like these reports and I want new ones. And now we're through this all over again. So stability in this system to me is more important than what we actually necessarily than the system. It's that we're not constantly changing the requirements on the staff. So what gets us there, what system gets us there, software gets us there, that's what I care about more than the actual system, because they're going to produce what we asked for. And what each of us needs, requires to make our decisions is different. And it's going to be different potentially every 2 years. So I'm more worried about that stability than necessarily the system. We did straight up ask the state auditor ladies that were there, like Doug expressed, and we kind of talked about the concern we have of it's July and there's hey, we really think we need this additional staff member. Are we comfortable or are we safe hiring on this new FTE? Mid-year, we're not budgeted. Can we afford it? Would changing the gap give us a more comfortable ability to make that decision? And they said, probably not. They're probably not going to be more comfortable having that system. It's still going to be a decision you're going to have to figure out. So the system isn't necessarily going to make decisions like that better, easier. We're still going to be having to figure it out as a council. It's still going to be a policy decision. So I don't know that the change necessarily helps us with that. It helps with other ways and other things, but not the core of the, hey, do we need to add this person or can we wait to the end of the year? That concern doesn't necessarily get fixed. Might just be different. And I'll just say that Diane did state pretty strongly that she would want to keep the utilities under the current system because that liabilities piece is pretty significant. Knowing what we owe, you just think about the sewer situation, $170 million project in the county of which we owe tens of millions of dollars into. Liabilities is big on that side. So she pretty strongly said, I'd want to keep, and which puts us in a running one set of books in one way and one set of books in the other. So again, I'm back to what's best for the staff and how they can manage it to support us, but their time is valuable. So
I think it's pretty obvious. No, I'm joking. It's not. It's no, it's a really tough decision. I really appreciate the effort that went into it. And I think it was I mean, it's the perfect time to look into switching since we're adopting a new financial software system. I really am impressed by where the city is in terms of finances and the system that that might be, you know, if cash is better for reporting, let's say, and for updating council, maybe council not being updated is what got us in such a good position. I'm just right. Maybe it's best that council is slow to understand what's going on financially. No, it's part of the design, right? No, sorry. I think I am joking, but I also think that that's partly true. I mean, we elect a whole new council and they come in and work. We need to change things, and Cash tells them a report that they want to see. And I don't, you know, I think having to do more work to understand the city's financials isn't such a bad thing. If it takes more time for us to make a decision, to reflect, to look at more long-term views, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But I do understand the easing the burden by switching to cash is attractive, and I just have to understand are all the benefits that we get versus the benefits of one other system, and then, you know, the cons. Thanks for laying that out, but I think there's more for me to dig into there. And yeah, I'm definitely going to have to go through this presentation over again and look at everything and see if there's any pros or cons that I can find that aren't on there. But I think, yeah, thanks.
What I would love to encourage is if you talk to your former other council members who maybe have seen cash reports, and are they getting what they need? Because I don't know, you know, so that would be good from your perspective if you are able to see, or they're able to see what they want. I think City of Mukilteo just switched to cash, Ellensburg's cash, so those types of items. So sorry.
No, just a couple things. Piggybacking on Councilmember Newell's comment that, I mean, I think it takes time. This is a lot of information to actually walk away, do some digesting. We'll bring it back. I think we need to figure out what that sweet spot is in terms of timing relative to a potential software ERP decision. But I think it would also, we would benefit from receiving feedback from council relative to the different reports that you saw this evening. Because what those do is that gives you a snapshot at any given time of where we're at relative to budget as established, right? And budget is a guide. But I think the other key component to it that we've been talking about is how do we make sure or develop that forecasting model that really can kind of lock that in so that you not only know where you are in that moment in time, but based on our experience to date, where do we think we will be at the end of the year or the beginning of the next year? So that really comes into play for knowing how much we may or may not be able to afford going out. So I think it was shown a little bit differently this evening. I think it would be helpful for us to know, are those valuable to you? Because for me, seeing those reports was kind of like a little bit of a breath of fresh air, just because in my 15 years or so of actually going through government accounting stuff, that's what I'm used to looking at. And so for me, it was just like, okay, I understand now by fund where we're at. And as Deb mentioned, as you get familiar with them, they just get easier and easier to read and give you a sense of where we're at. So I just would make that request as well.
Any other comment or question? I noted it is 20 minutes tonight. Michael.
A comment and a question. The comment is, the next time this comes around, I don't know if you and the mayor could maybe collaborate on coming up with a side-by-side report comparison. It doesn't even have to be a real budget. Just show me concretely what we'd be looking at one versus the other. So, you know, the mayor spoke a little bit about how this changes our our perspective on the funds. And I abstractly understand what he's talking about, but I'd love to see what he meant concretely. And then the question is, it sounds like you were running an experiment in the previous presentation. Was some of those a demonstration of cash reports?
I brought to our finance working group, and I have them all on my desk of the annual reports put out by the agencies. I think the biggest difference in comparison is we're having where he's talking about current planning is we're having to wait 2 months really to see what our revenues are because we have that 2 month of accrual basis, whereas cash basis, once the cash transacts, the month is done. So, but you're gonna see a cash statement. You're not gonna see the balance sheet that shows you all your liabilities. So I think the biggest part is the timing, is waiting for all of those transactions to occur to record them. Because according to GASB and the full accrual statements, it's 60 days of transactions that you have to wait in order to post back to the prior year. Now, the auditor did bring forward, they actually have a policy that you write, and they, at the end of 30 days, you take those figures and you estimate the other 30 days. So we could speed that up a little bit, and just based on those estimates. So there are simple things that we can change, but it's a lot of it's the waiting game.
That clicked. Thank you.
Yeah, we could put some policy things in place to make life easier. Because then they can just say, well, the council said we can do this. And it's not illegal. It's giving clarity to ambiguity and letting them move forward. And I think, again, I'm happy to go really in the end with we change the reports. I'm going to learn the new reports. I mean, that's how I'm going to work. Some of the reports we do now, and there's some of the ones we didn't see tonight, are reports that previous councils said, I need to know more. I need you to do this. And Finance Department has created things to make the council better understand. So they're not things that come out by a push of a button. They're things they build from the push of the button to then come here and report on, versus she was able to just run reports and then hand them to us. And so some of it is, like I said, that's my fear, is we go through this whole evolution, we buy new software, we change our system, we get to happy, and then a new group of us comes in and goes, you don't like that, let's change it all up again. So, because some of this is just, as council evolves, we change with it. So I just don't want to do a huge effort to change everything only to lead to a couple of years down the road, we do it again. I think we are all conscientious enough that if there's a report that Deb produces and brings it and one of us doesn't understand it, we're going to say, go to Deb and say, I need more time with this, or help me. Like, we're not just going to let it go. So, yeah, it would be great to be more timely. It would be great for less time on them. I don't want our bond rating to go down, all these pluses and minuses, but end of the day, I'm not holding up any decision because I want what's best for them as a whole. So, and like Doug said, this is the time to do this because we are 20 years since we bought last software, and this is taking us into our next 20 years. So
I think it's almost time to move on. Any last comment? I will reserve one last quick one. The comment that this would result in a 25 or 50 basis point drop in our interest rates is a bit speculative. I've spent my career in the bond market on Wall Street. Any last comment? Debbie, thank you very much. Rob, thank you for the work you did. I appreciate Doug Newell hanging in there. Please, our thanks to Audrey for being patient with her husband. So we're going to move on in the agenda. We're at the last item, which is questions and concerns of the council and or future agenda items. Council, any questions or concerns on other subjects or future agenda items? Rick?
I had a thought after the last council meeting. So we had Sandy here, came to talk to us about kind of a HDPA perspective. Under our communication or outside, so boards, commissions, and outside agency reports, something to consider, and I'm not asking we decide on it, but if we have somebody who's here that is representing another one of the agencies, so someone from the port, someone from HTPA, something that's the audience, and they want to, I would say we could consider during that period, since we often don't have our own reports, is bring them to the mic and see if there's anything that they want to share with us during that time. Just another way to open and further communicate with these other groups.
Very good. Any other comment? Michael?
Yeah, I want to make an observation about something earlier this evening. So when we passed our paid parking ordinance, it contains in it a legal definition of a valid parking session, which is the first time we've had that in discussing this program. In case you didn't notice, a valid parking session is defined by Section A, Parts 1 and 2, and Section C of that ordinance. So if you go back and look at it, you can come up with a definition with those parts. And I highlight this because in the past, some of us have suggested that it would be unfair if someone parked for a free hour and then got a ticket because they went a few minutes over. Well, that is exactly the situation if someone pays for an hour and then gets a ticket for going a few minutes over. So I'm going to read Section C. Quote, no person shall stop, stand, or park a vehicle in a paid parking zone for a duration that exceeds the amount of time purchased at a parking payment device, end quote. That's no different than someone parking in a 15-minute loading zone and getting a $60 ticket for lingering there for 20 minutes. So I just want us to internalize the idea that the only thing that matters when this program goes into effect is the maintenance of a valid parking session, and that anyone who's even a few minutes over gets a ticket. Doesn't matter whether they paid for that session or not. And I think that's something that I hope we will refer back to in our code now that it's there, whenever we come back and have more discussions about what we want our parking program to look like. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Any other questions, concerns, anything future agenda item? Doug, are you still with us? Anything to report on those scores?
Nope. I think we've had a robust session and it's time to make a motion once public comment's done.
Well noted, Counselor. Well noted. So on that note, I will call for public comment. I don't see a lot of public. I see a lot of veterans at this point.
There's the staff and one public. One public.
So I will call one more time for public comment, and not seeing any, I will accept. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, just one comment. I'm going to start making this comment probably fairly frequently. The mayor shared the AI, just, nice picture that Public Works, the engineer, came up with on Front Street of what I could possibly imagine. He shared it on social media and it generated a lot of conversation. I'm going to keep reminding and keep putting it out, probably a reoccurring council comment. We want a lot of input. There's no decisions that have been made. Please bring us comment. Understand the utilities have to get done one way or another. The conversation is, what do we do when we put it back together? So I'm just going to keep bringing that up because reading the comments that Ed got, there is a whole spectrum already, and we haven't even started yet. So bring us the comments, bring it to whatever format we set up. But this is the time to do this and discuss it and figure out a plan. But it's not going to be on Facebook.
Just business as usual, folks. Now I would entertain a motion.
I move to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And we stand adjourned.